This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence. In Ronnie Despignas and Juana Villard Gomez. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation. If I can have everyone please take their seats so we can start the meeting. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize the contributions of City of Toronto staff, agencies, and partners during the Taylor Swift concert series in Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. Last month, we welcomed Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour and hundreds and thousands of fans for 6 sold-out shows at the Rogers Centre. Since August 2023, City staff and many of our partners worked together to make hosting a success. And I am pleased to report all of that hard work paid off. I was incredibly proud that evening when I visited the Event Command Center on the final nights of the tour to visit and to thank our city agencies, divisions, and corporations, and our great partners, including the Rogers Centre, for everything they did. And I was there, I witnessed it, and I thought, wow. And there was Taylor Swift person that is the tour coordinator that was at the command center. And I said hello to her, and I said, what do you think? She was overjoyed. She said it was smooth, professional, very well coordinated. And I thought, all right. I didn't ask her the question, is it best ever? In terms of all the tours, but I think there was a hint that it was the smoothest, the best coordinated ever. And no wonder, because we have phenomenally good staff. And also, this City of Toronto, almost all of the services are amalgamated. So instead of dealing with provincial, regional, local levels, all the board and agencies, all they had to do is us, the City of Toronto. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Osman Malik and Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAuliffe for their leadership and their enthusiasm. Deputy Mayor McAuliffe was so enthusiastic with that whole show of Taylor Swift coming to town. This included mitigating impacts on residents and businesses throughout the concert period and creating the Taylor Swift Way to welcome Taylor and her fans to downtown Toronto. Last week, we announced the auctions of street signs for Taylor Swift raised, wait for it, $113,000 just for street signs for Daily Bread Food Bank. And that, our incredible partner, yes. And even better, because Rogers matched that amount, bringing the total to $216,000 for the food bank. Great season. I also want to share a letter I received from Lisa Post, Mayor of Orangeville, one of the many Swifties who came to Toronto, and while addressed to me is about you. Mayor Post shares in part, I wanted to reach out to you to share my thanks and admiration for your team at the City of Toronto. I was so unbelievably impressed with the attention to detail, including the fantastic signage, the magic of Swifties, and the ease of getting around on the TTC. I wanted to share my thanks with you in the hopes that you will share my words of gratitude with your entire team. My daughter and I had a wonderful time. This is from the Mayor of Orangeville. Thank you. Now, many of these staff are with us right here at the chamber, and more are watching virtually. For those of us that are with us, please stand for recognition. And let's give them a huge round of applause. I'd like to invite City Manager Paul Johnson to speak about the role of city staff, agencies, and our external partners.
Well, thanks very much, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to say just a few words about, again, the tremendous work of the Toronto Public Service and our partner organizations. It's work that I get to see each and every day, and I thank you so much, Mayor, for recognizing our staff team and our partners today. You know, we host a lot of major events in Toronto, and there's work that goes on, throughout the year to make sure we're ready for that. And then there are events that go a little bit beyond that. And this recent tour by Taylor Swift was one of those examples. It required a length of planning and a breadth of planning that doesn't happen every day in this community. We've talked about the number of people who visited, but we've also realized now that the economic impact of this tour was quite significant. Estimated at around $300 million in total economic impact, with about half of that in direct spending. Many of those folks, of course, as the mayor has read from one of the letters, visited from outside Toronto. As many of you know, I'm involved in the officiating community, and many of my friends in the U.S. phoned immediately to see if I had tickets, then phoned immediately to see if I could get them cheap hotel rooms, and I said to them, I think you don't have a strong understanding of what city managers actually control. So they were extremely disappointed that I could not help them, one iota, but all of them still came. And many of them sent me, Mayor, very personal notes about just how wonderful not only the event was, but just visiting Toronto was, some of whom had never been to the city before. We had 14 city divisions, 4 agencies, boards, and commissions, 6 external partners, and 3 other groups that were involved in making all this happen, and many more contributed as well. Those others included both of our poet laureates, our youth laureate, as well as our poet laureate, and our volunteer captains from Economic Development and Culture and their team of volunteers. The goal of everyone was to make this event safe, to make it come off without a hitch. So as I've done before, I want to take you inside a little bit of why I'm so proud of the work of our public service. There's a group of us who receive the updates on these major events regularly. As the show got closer and closer into the evening hours, they become a little more frequent, and I read them each time they come in to see how things are going. What impressed me most about this team was A, Obviously, how well prepared we were, because there were very few things that we needed to address during it. But what I loved was in the early concerts, there were notes repeatedly to say, hey, for the next concert and the future concerts, let's try something new to get a little better at how we get people in and out, how we deal with some of those issues. I say it often, we are very good at what we do, but we are a learning and continuous improvement organization. And that happened even in the midst of this tour and in the midst of the 6 concerts. So thank you to the team that continued to solution issues to make each and every experience even better than the very first one, which was very, very good. And in the end, it's a successful operation, which we can learn from. And that's the other piece I want to share with you here at Council, is we do after-action reviews, of course, to see how we could have done better within that particular event, but then we learn from it for future activities as well. We host lots of things in this community, and we have lots of things in the future which will bring hundreds of thousands of people to our city, and we will learn from each and every event so that as they come to events in this community, it will be a great experience, as it was when all of those folks descended on Toronto for those 6 concerts in November. Thank you, thank you, thank you to our staff, to the agencies, boards, and commission staff, to our external partners who helped make this happen, and to everyone who was involved. I remain very proud to be your city manager and very proud to recognize the folks who are here with us today and listening online. Thanks so much.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the mayor and city manager for their appreciation and for their really wonderful words. And I just want to echo that immense thanks and gratitude to everyone who's here and the incredible team across our divisions, committees, boards, agencies, and partners for the incredible experience of the Eras Tour in Toronto. And that this was an outcome of that commitment to being ready, to plan, and first and foremost, to prioritize public safety, to ensure concertgoers and residents could get to where they need to go during these incredible 2 weeks and everything that they brought to our city, and also to create opportunities for Torontonians to enjoy our city, for visitors to enjoy it, for our local businesses to benefit, for our visitor economy to thrive, and for Toronto's local artists and culture makers to shine, and the incredible generosity and hospitality of Torontonians as volunteers and as amazing neighbors to be able to shine as well. And this was an outcome of work of many months. And I was just looking back, and the first time that I sent the invitation for us to have a Taylor Swift working group at the beginning of the year, I know we all chuckled seeing that in our calendar, but it was no joke. And the public service at the City of Toronto took this opportunity seriously for us to maximize what this meant for our city and for us to strengthen our muscles in terms of what we can do when we work together. The mayor always says we can do more, and this is one of those amazing examples of our coordination, collaboration, innovative thinking, creativity, and just real joy in showcasing our city and making sure that everyone has an incredible experience. And Torontonians themselves were superstars in their support for the Daily Bread Food Bank. And again, thanks to Jennifer McKelvey, Deputy Mayor, for the inspiration behind our Taylor Swift Way signs. The support for local food banks, especially during this time of the year, was so incredible from those 22 Taylor Swift signs. I look forward to us holding on to the excitement from the Eras Tour, showing what we have to offer the world on this incredible stage. And of course, as the city manager said, to learn the important lessons from this experience, to continue to make it possible for us to host big events. We're all looking ahead to how we can apply these lessons to the FIFA 2026 World Cup, but also as soon as New Year's Eve celebrations and everything in between. And for the last time, we are ready for it. And thank you all. You made the whole place shimmer, and we're so grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bravo.
On a point of privilege, I also would like to recognize a very important event by saying that Toronto City Council has unanimously approved the appointment of Jim Jessup as Fire Chief and General Manager, Toronto Fire Services, effective January 2nd, 2025, and reporting to the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services. As Fire Chief, Jessup, Jim, is going to preside over the largest fire service in Canada and uphold the mission that we hold so dear, to protect our lives, livelihoods, our built environment, our buildings, and also not just to be there when emergencies happen, but to prevent them through education and protection of the environment. This is a 30-year career with roots in Toronto going back to 1996, and I think it's important for us to recognize this and to welcome Jim. Please join me in doing that. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 24.7, review of the order paper. There are 60 items left on the agenda, including 30 member motions. The mayor has timed a second key matter, item EX 19.3, driver wages in the vehicle for hire industry, as the first item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Are there any releases?
Hey, don't forget, the Salvation Army flag's being raised now, if anybody wants to go.
Okay,
Right now.
right now?
We're going to get a couple of members.
Salvation Army flag is being posted
Raised.
right now. Councillor Cole tells me that. Do we have any releases? I don't see any names on the list. No, that was from the speaking on the other item. Are there any releases? I don't know. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper?
Just going up to the flag raising. The headquarters is in my ward.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Members, I have reviewed some urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? Yeah. Okay, we'll put the motions on the screen. And Councillor Chern has just left for the flag. Okay, if I can have members of council, please take your seats, but we need to have quorum. All right, so first motion, Councillor Cole. He just went out for the flag. I'm the seconder. Can I introduce it? Okay, Mayor, do you want to take care of it? Okay, so if you can put the motion on the screen. There it is. Mayor, do you want to introduce it?
Yeah, sure. That Councillor McCall be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning authorization for exemptions from delegated authority limits to provide normal easement, excuse me, to homeowners of 603 Caledonia Road.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion to introduce to enter into an agreement with Scarborough Health Network for alteration of the city's water main and sewer. It is urgent as they are working on the expansion of their Centenary Hospital Emergency Department, and we want that to continue without any delays.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Councillor McKelvey? Oh, Councillor McKelvey, can you introduce Councillor Pruitt's motion?
Yes, this is a technical amendment to a bylaw regarding to property 3350 Weston Road, and it's urgent to update the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion to, do you have to read all that out? I will if you want me to. Would you like me to?
Yeah, no, it's okay. All in favor?
Thank you.
Carried. So Councillor Chang, you've seconded a motion for Councillor Candeval. Can you introduce it?
Sure. Amending 2023 SC 2.1, 1625, 1633, and 1641 Kingston Road and 52 Birchcliff Avenue.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. Members, we will now consider the mayor's second key item, which is EX 19.3. So if we have questions, if we can put your name on the screen. Yeah. This is the driver wages in the vehicle for hire industry. We don't have any questions? Councillor Bradford, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Actually got a few, Madam Speaker. To staff through you, it's my understanding that labor regulations are under provincial jurisdiction. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker to the Councillor, that is correct.
Okay. Has the Ontario legislature passed specific legislation to cover vehicle for hire workers?
The province has covered, has legislated a digital platform workers legislation that comes into effect in July of 2025.
So just to be clear, the Digital Platform Workers' Rights Act will legislate wages for the vehicle for hire sector, and that comes into effect when?
So to clarify, it will cover digital workers, and that in this case is private transportation company drivers, and it comes into place July 2025.
July 1st, 2025?
That's correct, sorry.
Okay, so kind of done. Like they've legislated on it, and that's coming into effect. We know that.
That's correct, and that's why our report was to receive for information.
Right. What does the Act say about a minimum wage for these workers?
It speaks to that they should have a minimum wage for when they are on the app, when they are engaged in a trip.
You might say, quote, workers are guaranteed a minimum wage for each work assignment performed based on the time between when a worker accepts and completes an assignment through the platform.
That is the exact wording, yes.
Yeah, if you were to quote it.
Yeah.
Who will be conducting enforcement to ensure the compliance?
I would imagine the province of Ontario.
Oh, not the city?
That's correct.
Oh, got it. Okay. And does the City of Toronto then have a role to play in enforcing the provisions under the Provincial Act?
No, we do not.
Oh, that's interesting. Is it correct that your original recommendation was to receive the report for information? That's where you started?
That's correct. The report that I submitted to Executive Committee was to receive for information. That was the one recommendation included in the report.
Right. Okay. And so the recommendation that we have now from Executive is to engage in a communications and intergovernmental campaign to raise the floor for gig workers, that was not a staff recommendation.
Through the speaker, no, that was not. That came out at the executive committee on October 10th.
Would it be
December
fair
10th.
for somebody like me to perhaps interpret the fact that this has already been legislated through Queen's Park and comes into effect on July 1st, that actually the province is already kind of responding and addressing this issue?
I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what's in my report, and we noted that that in fact is coming into play July 1st, December 2025. July 1st, 2025.
So since it wasn't your recommendation to engage in this new fancy communication intergovernmental campaign, would it be fair to say that staff did not think that was necessary, to change the provincial's view on this, since in fact they've already actually legislated on this issue?
So thank you for the question. That was not the focus of our report. Our report was to outline the wages that are earned in this particular industry.
Which we don't have jurisdiction over.
We have jurisdiction over the industry. However, the legislative pieces around employment and labor laws is the province of Ontario.
Which we also won't be enforcing on because that's not our jurisdiction.
That's correct.
And if you thought we needed to spend a lot of money on a, interjurisdictional, intergovernmental communications campaign to sort of platform something that's already happening, if you thought that was needed, maybe you would have recommended it, but you didn't.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just a comment from me. Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. No, Councillor Perks, you're next. Oh.
Stayed in second. Thank you. On the question, perhaps the city manager is engaged, but maybe I'll go first to Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. How many drivers in the analysis were working more than 30 hours a week? And how many said Uber or Lyft was their main source of income? Companies like Uber often argue that their drivers are working part-time and only supplement other income.
Through the speaker, and thank you for the question. There's a lot of variability in this particular industry. More than 45% of the drivers work less than 3 hours per day. So this is very part-time, and it is not their main source of income.
But how many were working more than 30 hours per week?
I need an actual number. I don't have that actual number.
Okay, well, I believe it's in the report. And after expenses, how much were these drivers receiving per hour? And not just for engaged time?
Yeah. After expenses, they were all time on the app. They're earning just under $6 per hour.
They're earning under $6. And while it wasn't your responsibility, and it's not our responsibility to set and change employment standards in the province, that is, of course, a far cry from minimum wage, which is now almost 3 times as much. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So whether or not it was your mandate to figure out how to address the fact that we have tens of thousands of workers in this city who are making a third of minimum wage, is it not accurate, and perhaps this is a question for the city manager, that we have other objectives that we've set and policy objectives that we've set in the city, including ensuring that we are reducing poverty, that we are that people have a standard of living where they can afford to pay rent, that we are suffering a crisis of homelessness, and that having a workforce that is living in these precarious conditions is something that would be of concern.
So through the speaker, in general, both confronting this city as well as objectives for this city, the raising of income is important. You'll hear it often through our medical officer of health, that income and health are correlated. And obviously the affordability in this city demands that income be there in order for people to enjoy living in this city as well. So from a broad perspective, yes, the city has been interested in income on a number of fronts, and it has some social impacts and health impacts that are very clear.
And sometimes, isn't it accurate that we use tools that are persuasive in relation to the levels of government that have the levers? For example, in this case, it's the provincial government that can set employment standards, conditions that can lift lives and livelihoods. But how often do we have conversations on this floor and move motions that invite and act and urge the provincial government to act to make changes so that we can ensure that we're meeting people's basic standard of living in some way in this city, so that we can not have all the social ills that we see present in our community confronting us and then having to solve them through other means.
So through the Speaker, it's not uncommon for both this council and other municipal councils to take action on that. One that comes to mind is the level of social assistance rates, which has been a conversation point at the municipal level for a number of years. So there are times where we put forward as municipalities desires to see that rise in order to allow people to better live in this community.
That's an excellent example, considering how many people who are living in encampments right now are reporting that they are actually qualified to receive social assistance either through Ontario Disability Support Payment or Ontario Works. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Grant, you were asked some questions about the province of Ontario labor legislation that's coming into effect in 25. One of the things in that is that people will only be getting minimum wage for hours that they are engaged on the platform. Is that the language, or maybe you can explain that a bit better?
So the short answer is yes. It is a legislation that's about digital workers, and while they are on the app, that they be paid a minimum wage.
It's not just while they're on the app, but it's while they're
engaged in a trip.
Engaged in a trip. So for other kinds of work, your staff, for example, if you as the manager don't give them enough tasks to fill up an 8-hour day, they're still here. They've left their home and come to work, or they're available to work. We pay them for that time. That's how labor legislation works. If you are at work on the job, you get paid for that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the difference between paying people for engaged in a task versus being on the job contribute to the low wages you found or your consultants found in the study on rideshare work?
Through the Speaker, the study demonstrated that there was time that they were not engaged, that they were not being paid for, and that if the finalize of the study, the conclusion of the study was that when you were on the app and engaged in Drive, that the wages were less than $6 per hour.
Right, and this is common across a number of types of gig work. The Toronto Star just did a thing where they found people working for Uber Eats make less than $2 an hour.
That's correct, and there are other businesses that we license, vending, taxi drivers. There's a number of industries that where they're almost as if they're consultants and aren't through the typical minimum wage.
Thank you. To the city manager, in response to a question to Councillor Bravo, you mentioned that the medical officer of health found a strong correlation between low wages and poor health outcomes. There are other correlations here as well. We have found that for people in very low and precarious work tend to be people who are racialized. Is that something the city has noted in its work?
So through the Speaker, yes, and in particular these types of work experiences. It was noted in the reports as well that came out of this recent piece of work that this was a highly business that was attractive in one sense, but also highly populated by racialized communities.
As well, the City of Toronto has to invest heavily in services to assist people who are unable to make a living wage in the City of Toronto. Is that true?
So through the Speaker, we have a number of income support programs, both that the City delivers and the City funds, as well as ones that we deliver on behalf of other orders of government.
And it's not just direct income supports, it's things like the provision of the welcome policy and our recreation programs. There's a lot of ways that it costs the City of Toronto when workers are not making a living wage in the City of Toronto.
For the Speaker, absolutely. Another good example is transit. We discount transit fares so people can move around this community. There are a number of subsidy programs that are in place for that very reason.
So if I was someone like, say, Councillor Holyday, who is very concerned about the amount of money that we have to tax people in order to pay for services, I would be very concerned about the cost to the city when workers are not making a living wage.
So through the Speaker, there's a strong correlation that says we would have fewer of these subsidy programs if people just had the right wage. In fact, if you look at food bank data, the reality is they often say just a couple of $100s a month extra would cut the food bank usage dramatically across this province.
And final question, there are deep social consequences when a group of people who are highly racialized are not able to get the same kind of wages as other people in our society. There's real social conflict because of that.
So through the Speaker, absolutely, it's an equity issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. I get through you, I believe it would be to MLS. I guess it would be a general statement that folks have expressed concern about the income of rideshare workers.
Thank you for the question. It's certainly something we heard during consultations, that this is a challenging industry and wages are challenging to come by.
Okay, and so the moving people around, it's a challenging industry and wages are a concern. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. How much does a cab driver make per hour?
Our study looked at private transportation companies, the Ubers and Lyft, because we received significant data from them. We do not have the appropriate data to determine the wages, the hourly wages of a cab driver.
But I thought there's a concern about the wages of workers moving people around. We know that the cab industry has been challenged, especially with the introduction of rideshare. Would it not be a reasonable assumption to say that, hey, maybe there's a concern in the cab industry too, and if we're trying to fix a situation or want to address a situation, wouldn't we, would council be, would it be a good idea for council to ask you to get that information so we can make that analysis, so we can actually make a proper analysis? To solve a problem, don't you need to know all the inputs?
So thank you for the question. That would be a council decision if they wanted to pursue that. I can share that in the gig legislation that taxi drivers and limousine drivers are not included in that legislation.
Right, but the absence of that doesn't mean there isn't a problem, or could potentially be a problem, because everyone's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think cab drivers and limousine drivers have downtime as well, and I know Councillor Perks is very concerned about that.
That's correct. They do have downtime as well.
I follow. Thank you. When you looked at the wages, did you account for tips when it comes to total income? Because we know, rightly or wrongly, there are a lot of industries where workers rely heavily on tips, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. The study did include tips for private transportation company drivers, and it equated to, that was included in it, and it was 80 cents per trip.
Okay, cool. And then my last question is, do we license tow trucks?
Thank you for the question. We used to license tow trucks. We no longer license them. It was uploaded to the province a year ago.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You don't want to go there. You need
Yeah,
Thank
stay away
you.
from the tow trucks.
Councillor Fletcher?
I'm not touching the tow trucks this morning. I just want to follow up on just some of the things that I learned in the last round, just from you, Mr. Grant, and that, in following up from Councillor Burnside, the number of taxi licenses there are in the city is 6,000 that we actually have licensed those, correct? Approximately? Slightly lower. Oh, what is that then exactly, if you don't mind?
Want to turn your microphone on, please? Carlton?
Apparently your mic's not on.
Turn on.
There you go.
I won't make a comment on that.
Okay. I won't either.
Vehicle for hire drivers is 6,600.
Yeah, oh, 6,600. And then I think your report says the PTCs is something like 76,000? What's the number?
The number is 80,429.
Boy, you've got every number, 80,429. So when we're just talking about downtime, with 6,000 taxis, we're just comparing, there's probably a lot more chance to have downtime with 80,000 drivers in PTCs and driving around a lot of the time empty than there would be with taxis with only 6,000 licenses. I know you don't have that written down, but I'm just going to assume that, given it's more than 10 times the number, that there would be a differential there. Would you agree with that assumption?
I would just clarify that of that 80,000, 26,000 are typically do a trip per day.
Okay.
So that is a more accurate number to be comparing.
So 3 times. So there is that, we'll compare like that, 6,000, 26,000. So we would assume that there would be more downtime with your 26,000 licenses than with 6,000. I'm just going to assume that.
I'm not going to assume. I would clarify that of those 26,000 trips, because of the variability in this industry and them doing it part-time and doing other work at other hours of the day, that's just a contextual piece.
Yeah, so other work at other hours of the day in order to make money. I think you're making my point for me, that you can't actually make the whole amount. You have to do other work other hours of the day, because the way this is set up really, and what you've discovered are that these are, if you're not driving every second, then now you're in a position where you're not making that as much money as you would like to. You have to find other ways, as many other gig workers have to do, to supplement that income somehow, some other way.
Through the speaker, you are correct.
And I think just with the taxi industry, because I know Ms. Hubbard quite well, when you're there, you're there. And they kind of know their routes in certain areas. So I would think that wouldn't be the whole differential there. Thank you very much. So I just also want to just ask the city manager, the CFO, and if I guess I could call us a we care city. I mean, we have a fair wage policy in the city of Toronto.
Through the speaker, yes, we do.
And we have a community benefits policy in the city of Toronto.
Through the speaker, yes, we do.
And we also have procurement where we're clearly trying to often advantage. I know we used to have a procurement about child labor and everything else you have to sign off. Kids didn't make that coming to the city. So basically saying there's a group of workers that we've discovered is at a disadvantage, a large disadvantage in the city. That's not surprising that the city might be interested in that. Do you agree with me?
Through the speaker, absolutely. We have, through a number of policies and the way we do our business, declared that kind of low-wage areas and exploiting low-wage areas is something the city won't do through a number of procurement measures.
And so, rightly or wrongly, just the confetti of licenses that happened, not saying, just happened, there was a confetti, and one of the consequences is that it's not easy to manage for the drivers. 26,000 licenses for PTCs compared to 6,000 for taxis. There's probably a differential in wages that we're seeing here today.
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, there certainly are differentials in wages, as the report acknowledges, and there is a differential in the amount of licenses for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Just one fairly simple question, maybe to the city manager or to licensing. The report said that on taxis, this arises out of the conversation that Councillor Burnside had. The survey said that, and they responded that more than half of them said they earn less than $15 an hour after expenses. And 59%, these are cab drivers, 59% reported working more than 30 hours a week, which means they see this as a job. And 71% said that working in the cab industry is their main source of income. So they obviously don't have any other income. They work longer hours, and yet they still earn less than $15 an hour, which is below minimum wage. That's what you heard from the industry, right?
Through the speaker to the mayor, yes, that's what we heard through a survey. It is not based on trip data.
Right. And the conclusion of your report said that if we really want to get to the bottom of it in terms of the taxi industry, what you need to do is to conduct a data-driven study on the wage and taxis and limo drivers, that you would need to do a more in-depth research, but you have no problem doing that if City Council recommend that we find out what's also happening with cab drivers.
I'm supportive of doing the work. The challenge will be that it needs to include all trips. We do not have data that speaks to hail trips, dispatch trips. We were implementing through our other report the digital meter, which would give us that data. So the study would have its challenges without the accurate data to do the study.
Can you tell me a bit more about your other work dealing with the taxi industry? And how this, okay, I hear that there's a challenge to get data on all trips, but.
Yeah, what I was speaking to is the other report that we have before Executive Committee recommended that taxi cabs implement a digital meter, and that digital meter would track every single trip, and that information would be provided to the city, which would allow the city to do analysis and make data-driven decisions.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Have we done ad campaigns before?
Well, through the speaker, yes, the City of Toronto has done ad campaigns before, yes.
How much did it cost?
So through the speaker, it would be a wide range. So it depends on the size and scope of the campaign. So there's no set cost.
Any sense of what's before us today would cost?
So through the speaker, no, we've not done the analysis of what that might look like.
Have you got a drawer full of money in your office to pay for this?
Through the speaker, I can confirm I do not have a drawer full of money.
I see. Mr. Grant, I wanted to ask a little bit about jobs and licensing. So City Council in its wisdom canceled vacuum leaf collection in Etobicoke. And if I wanted to be an entrepreneur and make a little bit of extra money, I suppose I could get a rake in the fall and walk along the street and knock on doors and say, hey, can I rake your leaves for you? And, you know, at the start of the season, I might not get too many takers. I might spend like all day walking along. And as we get closer to garbage collection day or leaf collection day, you know, maybe the price starts to go up. And as the season gets on, does the city regulate that work and guarantee me a wage?
Thank you for the question. The city and our business licensing unit does not license landscapers.
If we ever did, though, would we begin to start to regulate a wage and say, you know, just make sure you're up at 8 a.m. knocking on doors, lots of lawns to cut, lots of leaves to rake. You know, we're going to set it up in a way so to make sure you've got a living wage. Make sure you're out in the rain, though. Do we do that?
No, we do not. Wages and employment standards are the responsibility of the province of Ontario.
So if I want to be an independent contractor or an entrepreneur, the city doesn't regulate that unless I step into one of the regulated territories. But even if I did, food vendors, for instance, we don't say, well, you know, you got to make sure that you're paying the person at the hot dog cart enough money to make it work for the hours that you're out there. And by the way, be out there first thing in the morning.
That's correct. We license 99 different categories of business. We are not involved in the wages that any of those businesses or operators earn.
Entrepreneurs select the work and they take the risk. Sometimes they win because they make more money than their cost, and there's a risk that they lose. But that is part of the intrinsic freedom of being an entrepreneur, is it not?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
If I'm a pizza delivery driver, is that a different relationship? The pizza company says, you know, be here at 4 o'clock on Friday. You're going to work till late at night. We don't know how many orders we're going to get, but you got to be here in the office or in the kitchen at the start time. It's usually how it works, isn't it?
I can't comment on that. We do not license pizza delivery drivers.
Does anyone know what the labor laws say about, say, a pizza delivery driver versus, say, a food delivery person under the gig economy?
I can't speak to that specifically.
Okay. In the gig economy, though, there's a different relationship between the food delivery person or perhaps a rideshare driver in that they don't have to accept the request for work. They might really want to, and it might want to set a good pattern, but if an offer to deliver food or an offer for a fare pops up on their app when they're logged in, there's nothing that forces them to take it.
That's correct. Part of the appeal to gig working is that it gives you your own flexibility to work on what you want to work on when you want to work on it.
Or choose the rides that suit me or that I like. And so that flexibility comes with risk, does it not?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
A pizza delivery driver is told, you must take this pizza from here to there. I mean, I know you don't regulate them, but would that be a reasonable understanding?
Reasonable understanding, there are tips involved in that industry which would supplement their income.
So to sum up sort of my questions here, is it not a reasonable understanding of a councillor or the public to know that we're talking about very, very central concepts in the employment field that I guess the gig economy we're still sorting out because they're not necessarily
Last question, Councillor Holiday.
And that may be central to the struggle here.
That's an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Chacol, question.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question about the Uber Eats delivery. I guess most of them are cyclists or on bikes. Do we have any idea what percentage does Uber charge the restaurants who basically have Uber delivering their food? Do we know? Anybody in economic development maybe know what basically when you get something through Uber Eats, how much does the restaurant have to pay to have that food delivery done?
I can't speak on behalf of ECDEV, but we do not know that answer. And I would also note that the city there's no role in licensing deliveries or courier businesses. It's not permitted.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get at the fact that we've got, I think we've got 80,000 Uber drivers all over the place. How many bicycle delivery people do we have working for Uber? Or, I mean, they're all up and down our streets, thousands of them. Do we have an idea how many there are?
Through the speaker, no, we do not.
So we've got this huge enterprise going on in the city where people are working, they're having an impact on the cost of food, they're causing congestion, and we have no idea how many of these Uber Eats people are on our streets and interacting with our small business people.
Through the speaker, no, I do not know that number.
Okay. And so in terms of some people say, oh, don't worry about it. The city shouldn't do anything because the province is going to take care of it. What indications do we have that the province has got meaningful measures to take care of the wage disparity that exists with people working for Uber and other American conglomerates, whatever?
I can't speak to that. What I can say is that the province introduced legislation to regulate and to look at the labor wages of gig workers, and it's coming into effect July 1st, 2025. The province has turned their mind to gig workers and has implemented legislation.
And what are they going to do? What is the intention of their legislation? We have no idea.
We have some idea, but again, this is beyond what Council's considering today. It is the provincial legislation that looks at making sure that people in the gig economy have a right to a minimum wage.
But since we are looking at ways of protecting vulnerable workers, shouldn't we have a more profound interest in what the province is proposing so that we can know that since the province is going to take care of the problem, we wouldn't have to be doing any of this?
Again, I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. So if we have any speakers, we'll turn it to the speakers list. Okay, Councillor Bradford, you're up to speak. You don't want to speak? Okay. Councillor Perks, you're up to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Members, we are literally elected here to look out for the welfare and try to imagine a city that benefits the people who elect us. That's our job. It's simply our job. And from time to time, things that are outside our control directly impact on the ability we have to do that job. This council has voted on advice from our professional public service over and over and over again to create tools that make Toronto a more equitable and fair place to live. And we do that for a lot of reasons. You heard from the city manager that if we don't achieve an equitable city, that the health outcomes in the city of Toronto decline. You heard from the city manager that if we don't fight for an equitable city, we wind up having to spend public money supporting people who are unable to make a decent living in the city of Toronto. You heard from the city manager that in an unequal city, the inequality reinforces already existing fractures in our society. For example, people who are racialized do still worse. The mayor has made what I think is a bold and important suggestion to all of us on council, which is that we direct the public service to reach out into the city of Toronto and tell people about these deep inequities that result from bad labor law in the province of Ontario. Some would suggest, well, the province is trying to deal with it. They have this piece of legislation that will come into effect in 2025. But as you heard from city staff, that legislation does not actually protect the one thing a worker has. The only thing a worker has is their time. They don't have wealth, they don't have assets, they literally have their time. And if they're not paid for their time, they fall further behind. The legislation the province has does not address this fundamental fact. If you want a city where anyone can succeed, if you want a city where everyone is secure and safe and healthy and able to participate to the best of their ability in all of the things that the city offers, you will support this work. We're literally in an argument right now with huge multinational companies who are trying to undermine the basis of civil society, an equitable Toronto, a place where everyone can be their best selves. That's what's at stake. And saying, you know, oh, consumers want a cheaper car ride. Consumers want a faster grocery delivery. They do, but when they understand the consequences of the way they are getting those services, their minds will change. I don't know anyone in the city of Toronto who believes that people should work all day and not be able to afford a place to live. I don't know anyone in the city of Toronto who thinks that people who are recent migrants to the city of Toronto or come from a racialized group should live in poverty just because that's where they come from and who they are. If we support what the mayor has proposed, we are welcoming the people we represent into a conversation about the future of this city and whether it's a fair and just place to live. So I urge you all to support the mayor's proposal in order that you can best represent the constituents who put you here to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I really want to recognize the hard work of Municipal Licensing and Standards staff who did the diligent investigation to bring us forward information that we can rely on. Nobody has challenged the findings that staff have brought before us, and that's really crucial. The platforms are telling us that drivers are making $35 an hour. In fact, they're promoting that in the population, and some people have come to rely on that information. But what we found out is that that doesn't count engaged time. It doesn't count the costs that drivers have to take on. So in fact, drivers are making $6 an hour overall, and that's a third of minimum wage. We are seeing the impacts of platforms that are very entrepreneurial in themselves, making a commodity out of many things, housing and work. And digital platforms are not transparent to us. The headquarters are not in Canada, and by design, the genius of what they're doing is that we can never look into the logic of what's behind it, the algorithm, the thinking through. And so we have to contend with the outcome. We know that, for example, people who are delivering for Uber Eats are making $2 an hour. That's a massive social cost to us all. When people are living in poverty and while working to make money for others, that's one thing that we can characterize it as a kind of exploitation of their labor. And the outcome falls on the municipal tax base. We have to start funding all kinds of programs to supplement what people can't make through their wages. And that turns out to be a subsidy for people that are very, very, not millionaires, not enough, it's billionaires. We can't look into the way that this thing works. And one of our colleagues tried to characterize the drivers as entrepreneurs. Well, I think that to think of them that way means that you haven't talked to someone who believed the $35 an hour, who leased a car, a nice car, because that's how you get the, you know, the stars that you need to get more engaged. And then you're leasing that car to work after work or all the time, full time, but you can't afford to even pay for the lease. So now you've come out of it with debt. A person who was trying to have a livelihood, a better life, who believed the advertising, is coming out of this engagement with debt. And I know lots of people who are in that situation. And that's actually ruining their future. That's something that we have to think about. Sure, of course, the question of why these people are misclassified as self-employed, that's a provincial problem. Misclassification is having a huge impact on workers all over the place, and the provincial government absolutely has to change that. It's their responsibility. They have the power. But I think that the fundamental thing here is that we don't have the right to know as customers what's actually happening. If you're a client of one of these services, you don't know the degree of exploitation that they're experiencing. You don't know the degree of poverty. You don't know how they're getting into debt, getting that e-bike to deliver, or leasing that luxury car so that they can drive it. And I think that people deserve to know that when they're paying a surge price, it's not a surge wage for that driver. I think that people deserve to know. And the only basis on which we can make any kind of changes is when we have good data, good information, and we can ask the bigger questions about what is fair? How do we come out better together? How are we reducing the burden on government? How are we getting out of the way of people so that they can have a good life? And a third of minimum wage, $2 an hour, is not fair. It's not a good life. And I think that we have to think about questioning whether we are going forward in a way that's going to put people into poverty, or we're going to use every tool available to engage the public and saying we have to find a solution.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And like so many of my colleagues have shared here in committee and through our discussions about this issue, what we have in front of us is very concerning. And we have a minimum wage in our province and that we respect in our city for a reason. We have proper classifications for workers for a reason, to make sure that there is fairness and adequate protections that have been fought for and implemented over generations, to make sure that we can continue to hold the important commitments to decent work for workers in our province, in our city, and I would even say in our country. And in this report, we see that that is at risk. And this work that we see, the vehicle for hire work, is not just a quote-unquote side hustle, as some of these app companies would like to portray it as. It is a livelihood for so many people in our city. It is a source of income. And just like so many of you, I know we have heard the stories of workers who participated right off the start and continue to in what continues to be shaped and communicated as the promise of the gig economy. And that promise continues over and over again to be eroded and to be an illusion. And where that leaves workers is in a precarious place, not adhering to our provincial rules or guidelines about what decent work looks like, and The other piece of this that is so critical and should be a concern for every single Torontonian is the experience of customers and the ways in which the well-being of your driver actually does have an impact on you. And as was mentioned, those surge prices, those prices where the data on your phone is being read and providing you and someone who's standing right next to you and outside of the same restaurant a differential rate should be a concern, because ultimately the difference is not going to drivers, it is going to these app companies in a way that is not transparent and not accountable to customers as much as it is not fair to drivers. I have met many people who have been working in the vehicle for hire economy who have shared that this is their main source of income, and it should be able to be a good job and decent work. And over the past few years, whatever that commitment or that promise was that first got them on the app has dwindled, and their wages have continued to decline without any accountability, and that is a real concern. They're trying to reestablish themselves in this work to be able to find joy and commitment and serving people, and what they have found is the destabilizing effect and the overreach of these apps. And I am pleased to see that the provincial government is instituting new rules that will come into effect in July. But we know that they are already inadequate because they are only paying for what is described as engaged time, and jobs and work does not actually play out that way. And for that to be reinforced at the provincial level continues to be a source of importance for advocates, people in the sector, and again, should be a huge concern for customers who use these apps to get around in an affordable and efficient way. At the city, we have to continue to affirm our support for decent work for drivers, to make sure that there's fairness and transparency for customers, to be calling on the provincial government to make sure that the rules around wages and classification are accurate and protect workers for the long haul, and to call on all levels of government to ensure that they're using every single lever that we have to pay workers fairly and to make sure that they can access important employment programs, the ones that we are proud to call, core to our commitment to each other in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. For anyone who may have been listening to my questions, this motion should come as no surprise. It's just to look at when we're looking about vehicle for hire, I think we need to look at the whole industry, and that's what this motion attempts to do. And for those of you who are influenced by our mayor, we worked on this together. I don't think you'd listen to me on my own on this one. Hey, Gord?
I'm on your team, man.
You heard it here first.
Okay, Councillor Burnside, are you finished?
I took like 30 seconds.
No, but you were talking to Councillor Perks, so I thought you were done. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
finished.
go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I'm only kidding. But yeah,
go
this
ahead.
is
you have a
I'm
lot
kidding,
of
but
time.
this is serious. So if anyone has questions, by all means.
Do you want to speak anymore?
No, I'm kidding.
No? You still have 4 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Just don't give my time to somebody else. Thank you.
All right. Oh, what happened here? Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Can I have some in Councillor Burnside's time? No? Okay, tough sell. All right. All right, fair enough. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I think this is an opportunity for us to reflect on how we got here, what that journey's been like, and what we're doing with our time, our energy, our money, and our resources here at City Hall. This was not the debate that any of us thought we would be having 14 months later since this was first brought back into the chamber. It was over a year ago that we had a surprise motion from the mayor to unilaterally cap the number of licenses on vehicle for hire here in the city of Toronto. That's what this was all about. It was a unilateral capping that came out of nowhere, walked onto the floor, that caught this council off guard. And that's right. And so what happened was, a year ago at this council meeting, we got a report and some information from the city solicitor that identified that motion from the administration had put us in unstable legal footing. Turned out that might have been illegal. That turned out that might not have been something that council should move forward with. So what did we do? Well, what we always do. We asked for another report. And then it was the mayor, after berating the director of MLS on the floor of council for having not produced reports, not having produced reports fast enough, directed staff to go and produce another report. And so they go and they spend a year writing a really fantastic report. It was very interesting. I read it with interest. And what does the report say? Well, it comes back and it basically says that, the cap would be problematic. In the 14 years of which this has been in front of the city council, staff have never recommended that. But if you wanted to do it, here's how you could do it. And so where does the executive committee take it? Well, ended up abandoning the promises that had been made to friends in the taxi lobby. The city was continued to be put in a precarious legal position. And I think the administration read the polls. I think they read the data and the information that said Torontonians value affordability, they value convenience, they value flexibility, and they were not interested in a unilaterally imposed rideshare cap on vehicle for hire here in the city of Toronto. So what do you do with something after you've had to walk it back twice? How do you turn that into a victory? How do you spin it? Well, you try and make it about something completely different, and you start having a conversation about wages. And that's kind of where we landed today in this council chamber, is like, this came from a cap on vehicle for hire, and today we're talking about wages. And that's what the report is in front of us today. And, it would be my view, and maybe some of yours as well, that the amount of time and energy that we have spent, the precious and valuable staff time that we have spent from the fantastic folks in MLS to come up with more reports on things that we don't even have legislation or jurisdiction over, that's puzzling to me. When I think about all the different issues facing the city of Toronto right now, and the motion here is actually to go and direct staff to do more work on that. The motion in front of us here today is to stand up a communications plan, an external communications plan that doesn't have a budget, but will require a budget to go and advertise on an issue that we have no jurisdiction over, and in fact something that has already been legislated on by the province at Queen's Park and is coming into effect on July 1st of this next year. And so I think this is where we kind of lose the plot for a lot of people, for Torontonians who are, had it up to here with record-breaking tax increases, with the congestion that makes it impossible to navigate the city, with all the challenges we have around crime and safety here in Toronto, with the vacant storefronts and the businesses that are having a tough go at it. And we are directing our staff to write another report, while at the same time berating them for how long it takes to do reports. We're saying, go write another report about something that we have nothing to do with, that has already been legislated on with the correct authority of the provincial government to respond to the issue. And we're going to spend millions of dollars trying to salvage this fiasco, this mess, with a communications plan to promote our position, which is actually in alignment with what the province is already doing. Let's give our head a shake. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I am going to give my head a shake. I'm going to give my head a shake, a nod. I'm going to give a nod to the importance of this report. And Councillor Bradford, one of the things I believe that Torontonians value fairness. deeply, deeply value fairness. It's one of those things that we have in common across this city. We are not a cold-hearted city. We value fairness. So this is the long journey to discover what fairness really is, and determining when you put taxis on one side and personal transportation vehicles on the other, Uber and Lyft, it is actually the city. The city sets all the rates for taxis. They set everything. We set all of the rates with the tariff card. We don't set any rates for Uber or Lyft. And as we've heard, you can be a busy driver, you can be there doing a great job, and a surge pricing comes along, and you're still making very little money. That isn't something Torontonians value. I think when people read the real wages of those folks that we see all the time delivering food for DoorDash, for Uber Eats, for everyone else, that by the time they're finished, it's $1.56 or $1.86 an hour. This is ridiculous. These people have worked their buns off, and they work more than one job. They are really and truly being exploited so we can have things delivered to our homes. And I would say that really started during COVID. But the main thing is, what's wrong with saying things should be fair in the city of Toronto? We have a fair wage system here. We have a procurement policy. We want to make sure when we're spending big dollars for $1 billion project, that those who don't have access to these jobs or training for these jobs get that as part of that. We do that with Toronto Community Housing. We do that with transit projects. So really and truly, I don't understand what our problem is in saying, folks, it's great to take an Uber. It's great to take a Lyft. People like to do it. But really and truly, here's what's happening to all of those drivers. Let's be honest. 26,000 drivers. We didn't license them. The companies licensed their own drivers. That's why they've licensed up to 80, I think, what was the number? 80,429. 80,429 potentially. So this is just something that was confetti quite a long time ago. We just moved to make this happen, and as many times, we just keep bringing it in, bringing it in, bringing it in to make sure it works for everybody, including those people who are behind the wheel of these vehicles. So I am fully in support of this, and I'm fully in support of my city and the big heart that this city has in making sure everybody's treated fairly and that they have a place to live and that they've got a living wage. I don't think that's too much to ask of this council, because that's really what the citizens of our city always ask of us.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. I just want to use my comments to unmask what I think is just a deeper philosophical conversation. I think it's about defining what a proletariat is. You know, there's a struggle here that's going on about trying to square up traditional working relationships, whether it's part-time or full-time, employer and employee versus an independent contractor. And, you know, we have this thing called the gig economy that has fallen upon us fast, and that has to do with technology. But I think if you unmask the technology and you remove that from the equation, you just go back to the simple concept of matching opportunities to work and understanding what it means to be independent or an independent contractor, or having the choice of choosing work. No one claims that this work is easy. I expect that it's very, very difficult to move people around in a vehicle of your own or a taxi cab, and there's going to be some really tough days. But to try to pigeonhole that work and the arrangements into that of a part-time employee-employer relationship it's different. And in doing so, I think workers would have to give up other things like choice. And in the questions, I talked about the difference between a pizza delivery driver that, is employed under a relationship with their employer and has to follow the directions of their employer and in turn to receive wages versus somebody that's more independent and may deliver food, take delivery jobs that they choose or not choose and have a go at it. And what we have here is, part of City Council that wants to build a safety net around that, around the risk-reward system. And these are difficult things, and I think the public has concerns about Council wading into these conversations about adding different regulations to try to reshape that employment relationship. I don't know what all the answers are. I think we're still in a situation where the gig economy continues to be evolving. The employment laws around that are continuing to evolve, and we see some fairly significant moves from the province regarding those relationships. But what I do know is when Council decides to wade into things, sometimes unexpected consequences occur, and quite often it comes at cost to taxpayers. Whether that's just direct cost to launch a campaign to try to influence this, or if it results in changes to the cost of acquiring services, such as hailed rides or rideshare rides in the City of Toronto. But all of that does point to me to an increased cost of living for the general population of the city. So I just want to make sure that Council doesn't forget them and forget all of the risks that they may face as Council wades into these conversations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers before we go to the last speaker? Okay. Councillor Cole. That's why I said that, because there's always somebody that puts their name on the last minute. Councillor Cole.
Thank you. I just find it incredible that people say, well, we're wasting our time here as a city and staff's time by trying to deal with a very difficult problem. And that difficult problem is basically how to treat workers in Toronto fairly. It's not going to be completely solved by us. And the fact that we successfully pass motions or create bylaws is not the only job of this council. As you know, as councillors, we continually try to educate, sensitize, inform our residents. We do that without passing bylaws. So that's why when council starts to debate issues like this, it is a very critical part of our role in connecting with our residents, the taxpayers. And that is why it's critically important we take on issues like this, which in part are the responsibility of the provincial government, in part the federal government, etc. And then talked about, what's this got to do with our jobs here? The Torontonians aren't interested in us doing this. I say horse feathers.
Oh, easy now, easy.
You know, and we all know when we deal with the 20,000 citizens we represent, Torontonians have a deep core respect for fairness, equity, and a sense of doing the right thing. The mass majority don't like to see people mistreated. They say, fix it if you can. That is what good Torontonians, and there's a heck of a lot of them that always stand up for that, no matter what the issue is. So to say Torontonians don't care about these workers is, again, hogwash. They do care, and that's why we take these on. And unfortunately, we have our staff here who's saddled with trying to solve this international algorithm economic problem, but at least they are trying to do their best in very, very trying circumstances. And you know what strikes me too is we've got 80,000 Uber drivers in the city making $6-7 an hour. How many of you here would work for $7 an hour in Toronto traffic? How many here would work for $6-7 an hour in Toronto traffic? How many of you, the other thing is then we've got unlimited numbers of e-bike drivers. People on bikes delivering food to people because the people won't get out of their house to walk down the street to get something to eat. They phone Uber, and Uber charges every restaurant in Toronto 30% for every delivery. So not only are they ripping off the poor guy on the bike or the girl on the bike, they're ripping off the small restaurant who has to pay Uber $30, 30% to deliver that hamburger or deliver those fish and chips. So not only is this type of algorithm economics hurting these vulnerable people that are desperate to find work. These are people that want to work. They don't choose to work for $6 an hour, somebody said. These aren't entrepreneurs. They're people desperate to pay the damn rent in Toronto. You try to pay $3,000, $2,500 a month rent in Toronto as an Uber driver or as an Uber food delivery person. You try paying that rent. That's why they're desperate to work delivering food, delivering people, because they don't have other alternatives. And the other thing that compounds it all, many of these Uber drivers and Uber delivery food people, they can't even afford to rent a basement apartment in Toronto. You see them every night. They go home to Brampton and in the GTA. So they come from miles away
5 seconds
to work for this lousy $6 an hour for this international algorithm corporate monster that doesn't give a damn about treating people fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. No, it's okay. Yeah, you'll be the last one. There's just one more. Councillor Peruzza to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, this is an interesting conversation. Some days we get to spend some time talking about things that at the end of the day we have very little influence over, but this is an important place to talk about it because this is where it begins. Did this situation, I guess I'd like to turn the clock back 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I forget when we had that Uber conversation here on the floor of council. There's nothing that is being said here today that wasn't basically said back then. We all knew what Uber meant for the city at the time. Back then, we actually had some momentum and some capacity to do something about it. But you know, I remember the mayor at the time, Mayor Tory, and some others. I don't remember all of them now. I don't know how Bradford voted or how Holiday voted or where they were that day and in relation to that conversation. But here's the gist of it.
Yes.
Technology is here. That's from somebody who basically set up video stores in every corner, and then the video stores got wiped out by digital movies, right? Remember that? Rogers, corner store everywhere. Exactly, Blockbusters, that's what it was called. Anyway, technology is here. You can't stand in the way of it. Consumers have the right to pay less for a ride. It's about consumer. Well, I don't know how much Uber charges today, but we allowed that day for a cyberspace recruiting app that gave you a free tank of gas on your first day of work with them. We allowed those people to destroy a cab industry for the city, a symbol for the city. People who had been working for a long time around their plates and in a system where they were eking out a living, carving out a living, the plates had a value, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? We allowed these folks to gut them. And how did we do that? Because we allowed people who sort of moved into this, have a survival rate of maybe a month or so or a few weeks of work on a part-time basis. Anybody with a car and a cell phone can basically, give Councillor Burnside a ride at the curb. Anybody. He gets on his phone, he puts in a request, and someone with a car, and then that guy, you know what he does a couple of weeks later? He says, hey, this isn't for me because you can't make a living at this. And besides, Burnside left a mess in my back seat, which I had to clean up, right? But not him, not you. And then, you know what they decide to do? They decide to get out of it. But it's okay, because next week there's 2 more to take his place, or her place. That's really what we've allowed to happen. And as a result of that, everything gets driven down, 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 down. Destroy cabs, make licenses valueless, forget the ambassador guys, and now the Uber rates, I don't subscribe to Uber, I don't have an Uber app, or Lyft, but I would suspect that they're not that far from the cab rates, I would imagine. Because they got everybody on the hook now. Do the drivers benefit from those higher rates? No. Who benefits from that? Oh, some cyber app folks and some shareholders, who knows where they are, all over the world, right? So, and it continues on. The next cycle will be driverless cars. So the Uber, Lyft people who've amassed all this capital by basically driving down everybody's standard of living and wages everywhere, right? They'll be the people that will develop that next app that essentially will wipe out the part-time drivers that they promised some benefit to along the way, all right? And just the cycle continues. And I think that this is the forum.
5 seconds.
This is the forum, Madam Speaker, where these conversations should have should be initiated so that the levels of government that actually have some ability to do something about these things will then act.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Before we go to the last speaker, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead. You want to introduce, make an announcement?
Yes, I really do. I have some wonderful students here today from the grade 4-5 class of Bruce Junior School visiting our chambers with teacher Leslie Middaugh. So welcome to these great students. And just to say, Bruce students, in 2001, when your school was going to close, I worked with Mayor Olivia Chow's late husband, Jack Layton, to keep your school open so you can be here today. And Principal Valerie Ma, and we took all the students up to the school board and they got to watch our vote to keep your school open. So congratulations on being here, and I know grade 5 studies civics, so you're learning a little bit about that too. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher, and welcome. Our last speaker is Mayor Chow.
Good morning, folks. Councillor Cole has eloquently described how difficult it is to live a life in Toronto with $6 an hour. In fact, if you are not a driver, if you are riding a e-bike delivering food, recently we learned from just a reporter that she earns $1.24 per hour. Imagine the life of a driver They go around, and a third of the time, the car is empty. They work day in, day out. And if they get sick, they get no pay. They have no health benefits. If they got hit or if they injure themselves, too bad. Do they get overtime pay? No. Do they get paid if they need a rest? Absolutely not. If they get pregnant, what happens to them? They stop. What, do they get EI? Absolutely not. How could anyone in Toronto survive with $6 an hour? Let me tell you. We cannot. And sometimes, you know where they go? They end up in the food bank. They end up in our shelters if they get sick. They can't work because they have absolutely no savings. And the life is totally desperate. But who are these people? They could have been our dad, our mom. They are newcomers. A lot of them are recent immigrants or recent workers, students, like successive people coming to this city of ours. They came for a better life. They want to study here. They want to be able to send some money back home. They want a better future for their kids. But they can't find any other jobs in a lot of instances. So what do? In the old days, they drive taxis. You can make a living, hard, 12 hours, 14 hours, but they can still make a living. But now, they can't. They can't. They work 14 hours. I've been to I talk to folks occasionally in Uber. I ask them, how long have you been driving? It's always over 12 hours. If it's, at the middle of the day or end of the day. Always, always, long hours. And it's difficult. A lot of them has different degrees. They are educated. And yet, because of the employment situation or because they are they don't have a citizenship, they don't have any other choices. So these are the people that are being exploited. These are the folks that are having a hard time making a living. Councillor Burnside mentioned taxi drivers. It reminded me that we should find out how much are they earning. That's why, in terms of doing the study, which is why I'm supporting Councillor Burnside's report request. And it reminded me of my dad, because my dad couldn't find a job, even though he was highly educated. He was a teacher when he first came to Canada, and there wasn't enough jobs as a teacher. So he tried driving a taxi. It was later on, when he passed away a few years ago, that I discovered he had a driver, a taxi cab. They give you a little card back then. I didn't realize he drove taxi. Now, he was terrible at it, but at that time, you can make a living. You absolutely can, but not anymore. Because of Uber, because of the way it destroyed the cab industry, they can't. So what happens? It doesn't have to be that way. This is a season we talk about hope. Surely we can do what New York is doing. New York licensed it properly, declared them as an employee, and that's why immediately I wrote a letter to Labor Minister David Pasini, and I would end by saying this. The key is to declare the platform workers as employees under the Employment Standard Act, and then they would be able to earn at least a minimum wage. Right now, they do not, because the way the bill was structured, any time that they are waiting, they don't get paid. And if a third of your time you are waiting, which means that by the time you deduct expenses, it's less than $6, and they're desperate. And I think it's our responsibility to do something, say something, and push for it, because we cannot turn a blind eye to injustice.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. After executive committee last week, how many different topics have you tasked MLS with researching on the vehicle for hire industry?
Pardon?
You made a bunch of requests of MLS related to the vehicle for hire industry. How many different requests did you ask of staff on this?
Councillor Bradford, that report is not in front of us.
That's not true.
It's true.
Yeah, this is the.
We're talking about wages.
Right.
I don't think your question is in order.
Yeah, Councillor Bradford,
That's how this item got here.
No, but ask a question on what's on the agenda.
The request.
And what the mayor spoke about.
You asked them for 10 different.
I'm sorry, that report is not in
different
front of us,
requests.
Councillor Bradford. You know that.
And now there's an 11th request today.
Councillor Bradford,
So, Madam Speaker, now there's an 11th request
I understand, but ask a question what's on the agenda and what the mayor spoke about.
Okay. Are you aware that MLS already has a pretty full work plan for 2025?
You and I know that.
Can you pause my time, please, Madam Speaker?
So how?
Can you pause my time for a second?
No, Councillor Bradford, please ask a question on what the item is before us, not the number of reports. Just ask what we have before us.
So, without yelling at me, Madam Speaker,
Well,
what I will tell you is we are making a request of staff, MLS, to go out and do more work. We have precious time and resources and money here at the City of Toronto, and we need to do a better job of prioritizing the work and the requests. And so,
Are you talking about Councillor Burnside's motion?
This is my.
Just a sec, just a sec.
And so,
Yes, just a
Madam
sec.
Speaker.
Hold on.
Madam Speaker, I think it's fair to.
Councillor Bradford, I have a point of order. First, Councillor Perks and Councillor Bravo. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, you have called the member of council to order twice on the same issue, that this is time to ask questions of the mayor on this item and the remarks she made on this item. He continues to ignore you. He's making a speech on a different item. I ask you once again to call the member to order, and if he's unwilling to ask questions on this item, to sit down.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bravo, same point of order?
It is, and I just wanted to suggest that this belongs in his media scrum he's going to do after.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford, please ask the question to the mayor on the item we have before us. Councillor Bradford.
Mayor, in your comments, you referenced a licensing cap, and you indicated that that would help with wages.
Pardon?
Why did you not go forward with that? In your comments.
Go forward on what?
Councillor Bradford, again, what we have before us. The cap is not before us.
She referenced the cap in New York City.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I didn't.
The mayor referenced the cap in New York City. If she reads her notes, which are in front of her, that was
Councillor
there.
Bradford, please, if you want to ask the mayor a question on what's before us, you're welcome to do that.
Can I?
No.
Let me ask a point of clarification.
No, enough. Okay, and I'm going to shut off your time, Councillor Bradford. Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
Let's talk about the mayor, she. That's not on in this chamber, and I'd like you to keep the standards very high.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Madam Mayor, the report suggests raising the floor for gig workers, and I wondered if there were plans in the future from this council or potential plans to change the food delivery industry or to landscapers or house cleaners or all sorts of people that work in the gig economy, or is the focus on vehicle for hire?
This report is about vehicle for hire, and we're talking about vehicle for hire.
The recommendation says raising the floor for gig workers. That's pretty broad.
Well, it's the same company that also have drivers, but some of them are not driving. Some of them are using e-bikes, for example.
So
it's the same, similar platform. It's two different platforms. So, for example, there's Uber and there's Uber Eats.
So is it the position of council and in this information campaign that we would advocate for adjustments to food delivery drivers and all of the people that fall under the gig economy?
One of the, I did mention about platform workers as employees so that they could be governed under the Employment Standard Act. That is not what's happening. And because for that reason, even though you work long time, full time, 7 days a week, you're still not seen as an employee. So there are different ways of legislative support, and it's really up to the Ministry of Labor precisely what they can do. They could, for example, legislate in a way that include the wait times rather than just the engaged time. Right now, because you only are calculated, your wages are only calculated when you're engaged. So any time that you're waiting, you're not, this doesn't count. So as a result, that's why some of them are earning $1 or $2 an hour, others are $6 or $7 an hour, and that's very difficult. So there are different ways to amend the legislation before it comes into effect, or the way they could implement it could be done differently.
So by that very logic, then do gig workers, including vehicle for hire, are they then obligated to accept the jobs that come up during the waiting time so that they're forced to take a ride, or they're forced to walk a dog or clean a house, or whatever it is on the gig platform that comes up as an offer for work? Does that then mean it changes the relationship and the choice is gone?
Councillor Holiday, I believe the report in front of us is about vehicle for hire industry.
Yes,
that's what we're talking about.
The recommendation says the gig workers.
Not dock walkers, for example.
Well, it says right here on the screen, raising the floor for gig workers.
I know. And
including.
Yes, but the report is about vehicle for hired industry.
So should this be amended to erase gig workers and just say vehicle for hire drivers? That's the rec right here. The campaign is about the gig industry.
Because Uber Eats, for example, they're not drivers. They are called, you can call them cyclists. You can change that to be a vehicle for hire, actually e-bike for hire, or any number. It depends on, vehicle could actually be termed as electric bikes, could be seen as a vehicle under the Highway Traffic Act,
Food delivery in, I get it. So it's food deliveries in, but dog walkers are out.
We are not talking about dog walkers.
Okay,
Councillor.
can we keep on topic here, please?
Speaker, it says right here the gig workers. That's
Yes,
pretty broad.
I understand, and that's part of the recommendation.
It is. So I just want to understand, is this campaign about certain industries or is it about all industries?
It's about.
And what does it mean?
It's about this industry that has, you saw the report, that have over 80,000 drivers alone. We're not even adding the folks that are on e-bikes or bicycles or mopeds. And that's a huge number of people that are struggling. And I think it's our responsibility to at least deal with their issues. And Councillor Burnside also raised the question about taxi drivers.
Oh, okay, Councillor.
They are also impacted. So that's why we need, which is why I'm supporting his request to look at, and this report touches on it, but it said that they need a bit more work in order to do the study, to conduct a data-driven study of the wages of taxi and limo drivers. It's really right into the report, and that's what we're discussing about, and I think it's important to know what is happening to the taxi industry also.
Thank you. All right. Let's take the vote. We have one motion by Councillor Burnside. We'll put that on the screen. Recorded, yes. Motion by Councillor Burnside, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please. The motion is adopted. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, on the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. And Councillor Chernislin, please. Oh, not there.
Councillor Chernis, you have to be at your desk when you're voting. Okay, please? No, but you still have to sit at your desk.
Councillor Chernislin, we've closed the vote. Can you just state your vote, please? How do you vote? Thank you. The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 21-2.
Thank you. All right, before we go to the next item, do we have any quick items that we can deal with? Okay, if you can please put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I held NY 1911, Renew Shepherd. I am moving the supplementary, and Councillor Chang is moving a motion which I will be supporting.
Okay, and so Councillor Chang, you have a motion on this? Okay, if you can present your motion, that's on NY 1911.
That's correct.
Pardon? Pardon?
Yes, it's in the system. It's coming.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. So it's directing to designate park and non-residential in the Renew Shepherd plan in my ward. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Perks is moving the supplementary. All in favor? Carried. On the motion by Councillor Chang, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, I would like to release TE 18.7, 325.
What was that?
TE 18.7.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
325 Gerrard Street East, Regional Park, phases 4 and 5.
Okay, hold on. Let me trying to find it. Okay, the bottom of the page. 325 Gerrard Street?
That's correct.
Okay. So Councillor Moyes, you're releasing it?
I am.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the motion is ready, I'd be prepared to release NY 19.9, 2801 Keel Street. Oh, there we go, okay. So there's the motion. It's just giving more direction to staff on the appeal process to look at access to and from this development site.
Okay, thank you. So on NY 19.9, Councillor Pasternak has put the amendment through. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to 19.2, EX 19.2, and there are some amendments.
EX 19.2.
Yeah, the clerks
Okay.
have that.
You're releasing it?
No, with.
Oh, there's the motion there, yeah.
Yep, that's the motion.
Okay.
Very exciting. Next tranche for the waterfront. Thank you very much.
So EX 19.2, next phase of the waterfront. There's amendment on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I have a NY 19.29. There is a motion.
Okay. On NY 1929, Steeles Avenue and Bayview Avenue.
It's a sign so that people know not to stand on the truck apron, because not everyone knows what a truck apron is.
Oh, hold on. Which one are you releasing?
19.29, North York.
Okay, what we had on the screen was 19.10.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, do we have an amendment for 1929? Okay, there it is there. Okay, Councillor Cheng?
Thank you. It's to request that a sign be put up to explain truck aprons and to facilitate better traffic operations for the eastbound traffic due to the Vision Zero implementation.
Okay, on 19.29, Councillor Cheng has an amendment that's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And I'll also go back to now NY 19.10.
Okay, it's here without a recommendation. So do you have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. There it is on the screen by Councillor Cheng. That's 120, 128 Shepherd Avenue West.
Yes.
Okay, on favor, carried. On the item, on favor. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bravo, do you have any items you want to release? Well, there's ST 17.1 that was brought onto the agenda.
Thank you, Speaker. I held it for the chair, and I understand that staff are working on her motion with respect to that item.
On STS 17.1? Okay, all right. All right, so we'll go to the top of the agenda. Oh, actually, that was the next item. So you're not ready for it, eh? Who's the chair? It's not ready? All right. We'll go to economic development, EC 17.2, a partnered approach to inclusive economic development. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. Councillor Sachs? Councillor Sachs, do you have questions to staff?
No, I have a motion.
Pardon?
I have a motion.
Oh, does anybody have any questions on this item? EC 17.2? No? Okay, Councillor Sachs, you have a motion. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. I think staff have it ready. Yes, okay. So this is to clarify that the definition of inclusive in economic development talks about economic and social rights without defining them, and so I have added wording to developed with the assistance of the city solicitor, thank you very much, to clarify that these are meant as non-binding guiding principles that don't create legal obligations or entitlements against the city except as authorized by council. What I wanted to say about this is I do recognize the importance of this item. It's part of a series of items that have been brought to this council in an attempt to address economic inequality across the city. And in particular, to look at what the city can do within our existing resources and powers to enhance economic development in low-income areas. And I absolutely support the city doing what we can to support accessible pathways to employment and decent work, skills training and entrepreneurship alongside community partners. We hear so much data, 1/10 of the population of the city dependent on food banks, so many people feeling economically frightened and desperate, worried about their situation, half the city's population feeling less secure now than they were a year ago. We don't have unlimited resources. We cannot make up for all of the contributions to poverty created by the provincial government, but we can use the things that we do to the best of our ability to give a hand to those who need it the most. So I support the item. As a lawyer, I think it's essential when we throw around the word rights to make clear whether we are or not creating entitlements. And I've been assured by the city solicitor that, especially with the wording that I've proposed here, this is not creating legal entitlements, but it's giving us a guidance to be more fair, to address unintended obstacles in what we are already doing. So I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a motion, but I want to speak to the importance of this report. It was a deliverable in the action plan for Toronto's economy, which was adopted by Council at the last meeting. The framework is a way to think about how what we buy, who we hire, how we use land, can actually go to ensuring that we are delivering on other objectives, which is to build wealth in communities, to make sure that people have access to good jobs so that they don't need to rely on programs, as we discussed earlier, in relation to platform economies pressures that create for government when people can't afford to pay for the necessities of life. It's about improving lives and livelihoods, and it's about thinking about neighborhoods in the city where there's a high concentration of people who are participating in the economy but not experiencing the benefits. And we're not talking about making huge profits here, we're talking about just building a good life. I'm really happy having worked so closely with staff, economic development and culture, and the collaboration with social development, finance administration staff, across divisional collaboration, thoughtful, listening to community leaders who often come to speak to us at committees, who write in letters, who are part of the solution here, and who represent tens of thousands and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in this city. I think it's really important that the solutions start with them. They know what the problems are in communities, and they know where the barriers are. They have ideas about the solutions, and they want to partner with us to remove them so that we're moving ahead in a good way. On September 13, I was privileged to facilitate a day-long meeting with 30 organizations, 40 participants from all over the city. There's no ward in this room that wasn't in some way participating. And what we came forward with together is in the attachment. I'm very excited about what's going to come next, which is a co-created, partnered approach to what's going to come within a year. I'm very excited about this process. I think it has a real buy-in of community. I understand Councillor Sachs's concerns around the question of entitlements, but I will say this. Every time we make a policy here, we are setting ourselves a goal. And there are expectations raised in community. It is important that when we set ourselves a goal, we also have specific measurable targets and that we're accountable about whether we can meet them or not. The economic and social outcomes that people want to see change are not entirely in our purview. You have the market and you have federal and provincial governments, And this is precisely what this work is focused on. What city levers do we already have that we can use in a better, innovative way to produce better outcomes that are both cost-effective for the city, but also put money, put resources, and put opportunities into the families, households that we know want to participate, are participating, and deserve to see better results. So thanks. I hope that we embrace this report, and I will be supporting Councillor Sachs's motion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I want to echo how pleased I am to see this approach moving forward. And we've spoken in this council, and we know it very well, the affordability crisis that's in our city. And we've also continued to do the work together and speak out about the condition of our city's economy as we come through the height of the COVID pandemic. And I am pleased to see that we're also looking at these things together, and I want to really uplift and appreciate the leadership that Councillor Bravo, as chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee, has given to this, to lead this conversation with people and organizations who are most affected by the impacts of these crises and who are doing that key, critical, grassroots and connected work in neighborhoods across the city to advance local, inclusive economic development initiatives, and that have the expertise and the experience to help us shape policy here that allows us to embed that in our efforts as a city. I'm glad we're also looking at our city's own levers and policies and assessing how we can build inclusive economic development in our collective work and in every aspect of it, whether that's looking at social procurement policies like the ones that we moved forward yesterday, and examining land use for complete communities, or all the other supports that we provide, and to be able to put this lens on those efforts. I think this definition of inclusive economic development is one that we as a city can be proud of and continue to set a standard for what that looks like as we grapple with the challenges and the opportunities of coming through the last several years. I look forward to this work continuing and for us to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the okay, on the motion, I believe by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay. It was just brought to my attention, I guess we all forgot, yesterday before lunch, I believe, we were discussing PH 17.5, a framework to address excessive indoor temperatures, and we were in the middle of that item. So we're going to go back to it, and we'll put the names on the screen or where we are. So we had speakers, so I believe Councillor Holyday was the last speaker, so we have Councillor Matlow. No, Councillor Holyday, did you not? Oh, you didn't speak. You forgot.
Can I
we
go
all
again?
forgot.
I'll be very honest.
Did Councillor Holyday speak? I don't remember.
I did, Speaker.
He did?
Yes. I do want to raise a point of order, though.
Oh, okay. Okay, your point of order.
It's very simple, Madam Speaker. Yesterday I mentioned that I wanted to vote separately on two propositions. Those are 4 and 5. So I just want to let you know ahead of the vote if you want to assess that. Thank you.
Thank you. So you spoke. Now, who didn't speak yesterday? Councillor Matlow, and then I got Perks and I got Sachs. So Councillor Matlow is not here, so let's do Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. Right. So my motion is to ask staff, when they come back with a new implementation plan, to consider the impact of indoor sources of heat, particularly gas stoves, which we know can transform an apartment from uncomfortably hot to dangerously hot. And we had an example of that in my ward last year in April. And you might remember, we had a heat wave in April, something that never happened when I was young. We have it now due to climate change. And a young man had heat stroke, had to go to hospital because his mother tried to cook dinner and made the apartment dangerously hot. Going back to the motion as a whole, I do agree with Councillor Holyday that this will add cost to providing rental accommodation. And that does mean that there's going to be more pressure to tear down the old buildings that were built 60 years ago or 70 years ago with government support, and which are now the major source of affordable rental accommodation in the city. Those buildings already have a target on their back. I already see them, all of them in my ward, being eyed by developers to be knocked down. And when we add additional cost to operating those buildings, it increases the incentive for landlords to knock them down, build new buildings that are not subject to rent control, or perhaps are condos. Having said that, we do also know that climate change is getting worse, that the number of hot days in the summer is steadily increasing, that the intensity of those hot days is steadily increasing, that heat at night in particular is increasing, which adversely affects people's ability to sleep. And if you can't sleep, many other bad things happen. So I'm going to support this as a matter of direction. All of the hard choices will come when we're offered an implementation path, because we know that there are many buildings that cannot do this, and it will be expensive to do this. So, but when we do have the implementation path, we need to think about avoidable sources of indoor heat as well as all the problems with the building. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, and as Chair, I'm speaking last, so this closes the debate, yeah?
Yeah, Councillor Matlow's not here, so go ahead. You're the last speaker.
Thank you. Members, this is a big step forward in the City of Toronto. Many of us have struggled often for years and years and years to get the City of Toronto to take the approach that there should be a maximum temperature. And I'm just delighted that city staff, working with civil society, other municipalities, and the C40 group have found a path forward. This is something we should all be proud of. I'm alarmed, though, that some voices in this conversation have said, well, hold on, this is going to make it more expensive for landlords. And we might not want to do that. It's a kind of thinking that I can't understand, and frankly, I reject. I mean, if you apply it, why do we have a fire code? Why do we have a building code? Why do we have minimum temperatures? Why is it the law that if you're renting a place out, it has to be safe to live in? Obviously, that's foolish. This is part of the suite of things that governments need to do to make sure that if you are paying rent for a place, it's not going to kill you. It's not hard. So I'm hopeful that city staff's project of working through the implementation, working through regulatory framework over the next year will be successful, and I look forward to the day when we pass that bylaw, and I can't see any reason why this wouldn't be a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen, please, so we can vote. Motion by Councillor Sachs. On favor? Oh, recorded vote, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote. No, we still have it on.
Councillor Crescenti, please, and Councillor Chernes-Lynn. The motion carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday has asked for a separate vote on 4 and 5. Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Bradford and Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Bradford, please. Thank you. Parts 4 and 5 of the item as amended carry. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, balance of the item as amended. Do we want to record a vote on that? Okay, on favor? Oh, who said I do? Oh, Councillor Perks wants recorded.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Crescenti, please. Yeah, the balance of the item as amended, it carries unanimously, 22 votes in favor.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to the next item, I'm going to ask again, do we have any quick items to release? Councillor Crescenti, I think you mentioned to me yesterday that you wanted to release an item. No, you didn't. It's still here. IE 18.7. Mississauga Boundary Facilities. You want to release that?
I'll release that item. Yeah.
Because I remember you asking me yesterday.
Thank you. Correct.
I know, it's a good thing I have a good memory.
I thought I did that.
Yeah, I know.
You got a good memory.
On IE 18.7,
What's
Councillor
that?
Crescenti is releasing on favor.
Well, maybe
carry.
I was, but I...
Do we have any further quick releases? Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to release with a confidential attachment CC 24.9. 145 Shepherd Avenue East, OLT hearing, request for directions.
Okay, so do we have the motion on the screen?
It's a confidential attachment.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
There's an amendment.
Okay, on CC, there it is there. CC 24.9, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Turnus Lynn.
Hi, I have held CC 24.7, 390 to 400 Woodsworth Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. I have a motion attached to this and just wish to speak very briefly on it.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen.
Thank you.
There it is. It's on the screen.
Okay, through the chair, I'm moving this because recommendations in this report were done without my input. There was no councillor in the place because there was a vacancy. And there are some serious concerns raised by the community that I believe will be solvable to some extent by working with the city and the developer and the community. And I just want to thank the staff from City Planning, Transportation Planning, and City Legal who worked with me on this resolution, or on this motion. And I just want to take a moment very briefly to talk about this file more broadly.
Okay, so this is not a quick release.
I'll be very quick, I promise.
Okay, but are you going to move a motion to, as far as the confidential report as well?
Yes,
Do you
it's
have
all
that
together.
Okay, if you can make it quick, because we're going through quick items.
I know. I just want to point out that 80, and thank you for your input, Councillor Perks, but I just want to point out that 80 rental units are being demolished with this unit, with this, and I just want to raise that with council, that when we do demolish this is really hard on families, and I just think we have to acknowledge how community feels about that when they are evicted, and there's a lot of uncertainty around that, and it's very challenging in the current climate in Toronto for 80 homeowners to find other rental housing of 3-bedroom units, particularly in Midtown Toronto and North York. So I just really wanted to put that, I know we work very hard within the city to provide for them, but this is just very challenging for communities who are in that rental pool, and I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you, and I hope people will support this motion.
Well, thank you for that. Is that so? These tenants are being evicted because they're demolishing?
Well, they will be, yes, and then you know,
okay.
so it's just that's just a very challenging thing. 80
Yeah.
units is a lot, especially in Don Valley West. And,
Yeah, no, I understand.
And many of them are seniors or families with very young children, and they never know how long it's going to be for, and will they find other housing? And I know we have put in place as a city as many protections as we can, but it's just a very challenging scenario.
Okay,
So,
thank you for that.
Thank you, and this regarding traffic infiltration through neighborhoods and wanting to find solutions to mitigate that, which I know is something everybody cares about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll put the motion on the screen. On favor, carried. Oh, it's already moved. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, quick release.
Yes, I just need to check with clerks. I have a motion on IE 18.10, the Toronto Islands. I don't know if it's ready. Okay, we'll come back to it after. You do have it? Okay, we do have it. Look at that. Very briefly, there are a small number of extremely sensitive, environmentally sensitive areas, bird habitat on the Toronto Islands, which are highly sensitive to disturbance. They're easy to destroy, and once destroyed, almost impossible to bring back. The staff have provided in their supplementary report a list of the very modest resources that are needed to keep these areas from being destroyed. We have a great success, which is that people of the city love the islands. We have another great success that the people of the city are flooding onto the islands, and as we get the new ferries, we'll have even more. The question is, what is going to allow these environmentally sensitive areas to survive this flood of humans until Parks gets around to having a good long-term plan? So After negotiation with the Chief Financial Officer and with the support of my colleague, Deputy Mayor Malik, we've agreed on a motion to ask Parks and the CFO to see if there's opportunity to raise some charitable funds to do at least the minimum work necessary for these extremely valuable, irreplaceable areas to survive long enough for Parks to get around to have a proper plan.
Thank you. So we have the amendment by Councillor Sachs on the screen. This is IE 18.10. On favor, the amendment carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Crescenti has an item to release as well. EY 18.1, it's a technical amendment. So just a sec. Okay, go ahead. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Speaker. So I'm happy to release that item. It's a technical amendment. I've spoken with staff. They're fully in favor, and it needs to get done, and I'm happy to release it now.
Okay, on favor, the amendment carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. And Councillor Morley, you're not ready to... Councillor Morley? Councillor Morley? Hello? You're not ready on your item for Etobicoke? All right, okay. Just trying to get it done. All right, so we have a little bit of time before lunch. So our next item, it's a ZC 17.4 Shelter Safety Action Plan. Pardon? Oh, yes, before we do... No, EC 17.4. Before we go into that item, there are some members' motions to be introduced, so we'll do that first. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Burnside. I believe that we have one for you that you were questioning early this morning. We do have it. Can you introduce it? It's on the screen.
I don't even know where mine is. It's on the screen. Yeah. Any questions? Do you want me to tell you the reason for the urgency, or are we all good? No? The current non-competitive bridging contract will expire at the end of the year. Basically, if we don't extend this, there will be no safety equipment for our staff.
Okay. On a motion on favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have one here. I can't do it? Isn't this mine? Isn't this mine? It's mine. I can't speak? Oh, okay. Councillor Fletcher, can you just introduce this motion that you second for me? Apparently I'm not allowed to talk. Just get yelled at, that's all. Okay, there it is, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This is reason for urgency. The LCF needs money, and this is reopening and amending the plan, Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan. That's quite a long-standing plan for Mount Dennis.
On favor, carried. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Bravo, we'll go to your item, which is EC 17.4, which is Shelter Safety Action Plan. Was that this afternoon? Okay, sorry. Okay, I don't. Okay, Councillor Perks. Just because we're almost at lunch, PH 17.7, relaunch of the Home Ownership Assistance Program. Did you have any questions on that?
I do not. Councillor Moistus has a couple of quick questions, and then we can dispose of the item.
Who does?
Councillor Moise.
Councillor Moise, questions on the item. So just so everybody knows, we're on PH 17.7, Councillor Moyes is asking questions. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I did read the report, and I was briefed by staff on this, but I see Miguel is here with us today, and from Regent Park, and one of the things he always depute on is about home ownership. And so I just wanted to be clear by asking staff some questions on this. Who would be eligible for this program? Would an individual who makes $60,000 a year be eligible? Or a family who makes, let's say, $80,000 a year? How does this work exactly? Just to give context to the Regent Park community who was asking for this.
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. Households making up to $160,000 would be eligible. The 80th percentile would be eligible for the program.
Okay, so can you maybe break down how you get to the math? How does that work exactly? Again, just so that the public can understand, because I know that we'll get a lot of questions about this.
The program is being expanded. The program's being expanded for two reasons. One, to address recent provincial legislation and make sure that we can continue to provide incentives and expanding the incentives that we bring to affordable ownership. And the second reason is to address the fact that the cost of ownership has risen and that people up to the 80th percentile can't afford home ownership in our city.
Okay. So is there an alternative path forward for those who maybe don't reach that percentile? Because I know I'll be asked those questions. So if someone's making $30,000 a year, you know, and maybe they can get a loan from a friend or something, I don't know, like, would they be able to make this work?
To get to affordable levels, 60th percentile, for instance, the affordability gap grows to approximately $300,000. The incentives and waivers are equal to about $100,000. So in order to get down to that level of affordability, we need additional loans. The program is reusing federal and provincial loans to try to reach those levels, but we need more participation from the provincial and federal loan programs as well to get down to that deeper level.
Okay, so as a city, we cannot really go beyond that threshold that you're talking about.
We can, but in a very limited number with the $5 million that we're reusing towards that end.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Holiday, questions? Councillor Holiday?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I wondered if staff could just explain how a participant in this program can build equity.
The program is administered by through the Speaker. The programs are administered through nonprofit housing providers and developers who bring the housing to market. There are federal provincial loans that are stacked as a silent mortgage, and our program brings further incentives and waivers to stack on top of that. That gets to an affordability place. The nonprofit provider administers a selection process to bring an eligible purchaser to bear, and they bring a smaller mortgage, a conventional mortgage on top of that. When the unit sells, whether it's a one-time affordability piece or a revolving piece, the owner would get equity relative to what they've put in or relative to what the program is that's being administered.
So effectively, the governments are co-investors.
Correct. In ways the loan does accrue, through the Speaker, does accrue value over time and comes back in a revolving fashion, either to realize affordability at another unit or to continue affordability for a new sale.
So there's a propagation process that this rolls forward.
That is the intent, working with nonprofit providers to do that.
So that there is no end date in sight, as long as the model executes. As each transaction rolls over, it gets reinvested.
To a certain extent, but it's also predicated on the model that the nonprofit housing provider is using to deliver those. And these are incentives we're bringing for those bodies to deliver their programs.
Does the municipal land transfer tax apply, or the provincial land transfer tax apply?
They do. That is still included. That is not an exemption or a waiver as part of the program.
Why did we not ask for a waiver on that?
The effect is somewhat limited. We don't need it to get up to that 80th percentile, and it involves administrative heavy pieces like, for instance, a municipal housing facility agreement for every single owner. So administratively, it's quite heavy as well, without that same effect of bringing costs down commensuratively.
Could council choose to change its tax policy and provide exemptions for buyers?
Yes.
Okay, can we go just to a different question? In the report, it mentions the concept of a turnkey system. Could you articulate if or how a turnkey system would be different than what's otherwise proposed?
Through the speaker, the turnkey stream that has been introduced as part of the program relaunch and has a 50-unit limit as part of its pilot, is a reaction to being approached by many private developers in partnership with nonprofit providers who have ways of working together in projects that are already in flight or about to be realized shortly, and there's opportunities for home ownership, either in a condo project that's having trouble sort of reaching the line of realization, and this helps push it over with units that are unsold, and we can work together to realize affordability. So it's a new stream and partnership, but must be in partnership with a nonprofit.
Some critics would say that this puts the development industry in competition with itself. In other words, a site could be developed entirely for profit without having these models in place, and the developer can yield a profit off that, or the site could follow into one of these streams. What differentiates or attracts a developer or a nonprofit organization to utilize the home ownership model in a given project?
Through the speaker, from the nonprofit side of things, they would require this program to have an affordable realization. And from the private side, as I said, in a soft market where a condo project might be struggling towards completion, this might give them some relief across a limited number of units.
Because of increased sales?
Correct.
And the sales would fall under this model?
Okay, that was your last.
Lots of demand.
Correct.
That was your last question.
Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Perks, did you want to speak?
Yeah, as chair, I'll speak last.
Oh, okay. Does anybody want to speak on it?
No,
Maybe.
I'm okay.
Okay, maybe we can deal with it before lunch. Anybody? Okay, Councillor Perks, last speaker. Councillor Perks. Okay, go ahead.
Vote yes. Thank you.
Okay. On the item, recorded vote. You're trying to get me fat.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Oh, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, please. Right. The item is adopted unanimously, 19 in favor.
Okay, before we break for lunch, does anybody again have any quick releases? Councillor Burnside?
Well, I held an item on behalf of Councillor Candeval, but I don't think he's here, so.
So just release it?
Which item, right?
Okay,
Well, I don't particularly care.
yeah.
I'm never leaving anything in your hands, man.
I don't see that Councillor Candeval is on video, right? Right? To staff? No? Okay, so Councillor Burnside, just move it then?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll move that. Thank you.
So on SC 18.5, Councillor Burnside is moving. On favor, carried. Okay. Do we have, Councillor Bravo, you have a quick release?
I do, Speaker. I'd like to release CC 24.11, 1245, and 1285 DuPont Street.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councillor Bravo?
Yes, CC 24.11, 1245 and 1285 DuPont Street, 1260 Dufferin Street, and 1213 Emerson Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions.
Bravo is releasing CC 24.11. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker,
Sorry, I needed a recorded vote on that.
just going to receive
Councillor Bravo wanted a recorded vote on that one. CC 2411, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we restage the vote.
Councillor Bravo's asked for recorded vote on CC 2411,
Yep.
DuPont Street and Dufferin Street in Emerson.
Okay, members, now we're ready.
Okay.
The item is adopted. The vote is 17-1.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, you have two members' motion you want to introduce. We can do that before we break for lunch.
Sure.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, there it is.
This item is regarding how we could provide more service while we're waiting for the new ferry boat to come.
On favor, carried. Okay, you have a second one as well. There it is.
This provides extra funding from the federal government so that we can build more homes faster.
On favor, carried. Now, Councillor Fletcher, you had your hand up. Last word?
Have a quick release.
Okay.
CC 24.1, Ombudsman Toronto report, investigation of the city's decision to stop allowing refugee claimants, base shelter beds. Just to move to receive that, Speaker.
So Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 24.1, the Ombudsman Toronto report. On favor?
With the motion to receive.
Oh, you're moving receipt?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is moving receipt. There we are. Receipt for information. On favor? Carried. All right, so we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Mark Torres, the TTC operator, for his actions during an accident on October 9, 2024. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are joined by Mark Torres, a TTC operator for just under 2 years. Mark is accompanied by family members and members of the TTC Amalgamated Transit Union Local 113. I would like to take time to recognize Mark for his heroic actions on October 9th. Mark was driving on the 307 Bathurst night route in the area of Eglinton Avenue West in the early hours of the morning when a speeding car collided with his bus, causing the bus to hit another TTC bus. The car then burst into flames, and this wonderful driver took action. Even though he was a bit dazed, I think he maybe temporarily lost consciousness a bit. But because Mark was previously trained as a first responder, he immediately took action to assist those in the burning car. Think about this, a burning car. He got there and assisted the people in the burning car. Imagine. That's what I call courage and bravery. His heroic actions are one example of our frontline employees going above and beyond to assist members of the public. And the public is not just the TTC riders, it's also people that they encounter. We acknowledge and thank Mark for his work every day and for the bravery he showed on October 9th while assisting others. I would like to ask Mark to stand so we can acknowledge this selfless act. Let's give him a big round of applause. The city, thank you for your service. And I know Mom and Dad are there, and other family members. You must be really proud. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Okay. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. If we have 18 members. Do we have 18 members? Yes? Okay. Councillor Candeval just came in. We do? Okay. Okay, can I have members of council to take their seats so we can introduce these motions? Okay. Who's? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. At the request of staff, I have a motion. The the Atmospheric Fund has been offered a donation from the Toronto.ca Foundation of $150,000. That donation, by the agreement between TAF and the city, has to be received by the city and it has to be done by the end of the year. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Mayor Chow, you have two.
Yep. The youth violence interventions. This motion is urgent as current agreement with the two organizations are set to expire end of the year, and they're excellent organizations.
All in favor? Carried. Do you have a second one?
Yes? There's a food emergency motion. This is submitted by the Daily Bread Food Bank. You know the desperate levels of number of people using food banks, and they're trying to coordinate it because we're right in the middle of their fundraising period.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn?
Sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm in favor.
No, you have a member's motion to introduce.
I can't. Can we come back to me because my computer is
Pardon?
boiling hot and not appearing to work?
It's on the screen.
Sorry. Thank you. Well, it's not on my screen, but thank you, Councillor Perks. This is a request regarding 321 Laird Drive. It's a request for the city solicitor to attend at the T-Lab. And the reason this is urgent is that the deadline for the city to seek party status was on November 27th. And the deadline for expert witness statements is coming up on December 27th. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Before we start the member motion run through, I will take the release of polls. The clerk will open. Yeah, I'll get to you, Councillor Thompson. Just one sec. I will take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list on CMP if you have any releases. Councillor Bravo, you have a release?
No, it's Deputy Mayor Malik's.
All right. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, did you have a release?
I did already.
Okay, your name's not on the list. Oh, okay, forget it. Okay. Members, we would do the member motion run through. The city clerk has advised the financial impact summary sheet for meeting 24 member motions from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with agenda item RM 24.7 review of the order paper. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you very much. Speaker, I rise on a... I know. I rise on a point of order, Speaker. I had an interest in CC 24.1, which is the Ombudsman report. It's an investigation into the city's decision to stop allowing refugee claimants into the shelter system. I understand that that particular item was quickly dealt with in my absence from council. There was knowledge that I had an interest in this. I wanted to rise to say what a shameful act that has taken place today with respect to this particular decision to waive this particular matter, not to deal with it. In fact, we're treating dogs better than people in this city. And that's very shameful for this chamber to act in that particular fashion. This matter should have been dealt with because of the nature and the impact that it's had on real people. Real people. This is a sanctuary city. This sanctuary city is acting in a fashion which is inconsistent with its own policies. And so I want something done about that. If you don't take any action today, that's shameful. In fact, I'd like to have this matter reopened. I understand I wasn't here for that, but I'd like to appeal to the good conscience of members of council who are here and understand the issue of equity and understand the issue of systemic racism because it's right in front of us today with respect to this report.
Councillor Thompson, are you moving a motion to reopen?
Yes, I'd like to. I don't know if I can because I wasn't here, Speaker, so that was my issue. I'd hope that one member of council...
Okay, hold on, Councillor Thompson. It has to be another member that was here to move a motion to reopen.
No, I understand.
Councillor Fletcher?
To reopen that, and we can see if the will is to have that discussed here today.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is moving to reopen the item. Okay?
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote.
For any reason this doesn't pass, then I'm going to suggest that the city manager, the city solicitor, the head of shelters, the chair of the committee, the mayor convene a meeting of any councillors that wish to be part of this, a discussion, and have a larger discussion, should that not make it today. Since we are allowed to make speeches on this, that's my speech. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed. I apologize, sorry.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Cherneslin, please. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please? The motion to reconsider does not carry. The vote is 9-14.
Councillor Fletcher.
I think this is a very important issue. It's been very public, and I would like to suggest that the city manager, the city solicitor, deputy city manager, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Bravo heads the committee, that there and the mayor's office convene to have a discussion, and that we're not having, and to iron some of these things out, and maybe there'll be something come back to this council, but I think that's the most appropriate way to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate Councillor Fletcher's thought and ideas and ways to, I guess, to abridge and mediate this. I haven't heard a response with respect to whether or not this will happen, because it's not a motion as such, so it hasn't any sort of legal effect of council other than a suggestion. This is an important issue. I must tell you, I had a hard time reading this report, and for this council just to allow it to just pass like that, it's shameful. But I thank you, Councillor.
That motion, Councillor, I will undertake to make that happen. I'm giving you my undertaking.
Okay. All right. I don't believe we have any quick releases. So we'll go through the members' motions. We'll start with MM 24.1. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.2. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. Recorded vote to waive referral. Yes.
Councillor Fletcher, when you're ready, please. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 5 to 17. The item will be referred to committee.
MM 24.3. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.4. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.5. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.9. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Pardon? Okay, do you want a recorded vote? Okay. So we're voting on waiving referral.
Councillor Mantis, please. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 18 to 4.
Okay, on the item? Recorded vote on the item. Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Cheng, please, and thank you. Councillor Pasternak, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 17 to 5.
MM 24.10. Notice of this motion has been given. Can I have some quiet, please? Can I have some quiet, please? Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.14. Who's talking? Oh, it's the media. MM 24.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East Shore Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On waiving referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 13 to 10, but the two-thirds majority has not been achieved. The matter will be referred to committee.
MM 24.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded vote.
Who said that? Oh, I'm sorry. Recorded vote on the item? On the item?
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item passes unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 24.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2023 TE 6.22 only as it pertains to the conditions for the preliminary approval of the rental housing demolition permit set out in Part 4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.21. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Mallow, please. And Councillor Thompson. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-2.
MM 24.23. Notice of this motion has not been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Did I skip 22? Oh, sorry. We'll go back to 22. Sorry. MM 24.22. Notice of this motion has not been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.23. Notice of this motion has not been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item of... Pardon? Oh, it doesn't say on it. Oh, I guess I have a different one here. On mine, it doesn't have it. Okay. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2424, notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion being been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.25. Notice of this motion has not been given. This motion, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.26. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 24.27. Notice of this motion has not been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. Yes. On the notice? Okay, recorded vote on the notice.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. The motion to waive notice carries. The vote is 19-4.
On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2428. This motion is deemed urgent by the chair. Okay. These ones are on the agenda already. They were the ones that... Okay. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-2.
Okay. MM 2429. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote. we don't have to waive referral, it's on the agenda. We're voting on the item.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Mallow, please. Councillor Cherneslin. Councillor Mallow, please.
Councillor Matlow left. He's not at his seat.
The motion carries. The vote is 20-2.
All right. MM 2430. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 T 13.7 only as it pertains to parts 3H and 4C. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 24.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 24.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, pardon? Recorded. Do you have a newsletter too? There's a mail strike, isn't there?
Councillor Crisanti, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 2433. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 2434. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 CC 23.8. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of waiving reopening? On favor of the item? Carried. MM 24.35. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 24.36. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. Seems like I'm the only one that's voting. MM 2437. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2024 EC 11.1 only as it pertains to the funding amount. In Part 3, a two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 24.38. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 24.39. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 2440. This motion, notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral.
No, the first thing, it's just before you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, on the item, on favor? Carried. MM 24.41. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 24.42. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, pardon? Yeah, you can hold it. Yeah, you want to hold it? Yeah, okay. All right. MM 24.43. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Pardon? You want to hold that one too? Okay. All right. So 2442 and 2443 has been held. Councillor Holiday.
Yeah, just on a point of order, I mean, these motions were added moments ago. And
Yes.
so we just need an opportunity as a council to process them.
No, I understand.
So I just, in the future, I don't know if there's a way to add them to the agenda and then leave them to later in the order paper.
Yeah. Well, you're right, Councillor Holiday, but I just want to mention that when these motions are being given to the staff, they're trying to rush and get them on the agenda. And so it's you know, they're coming in one at a time. So I understand what you're saying, but on the other hand, the staff are doing their best to get them on the agenda. So, okay? Thank you. All right, members of council, our next item was a timed item, which is EC 17.4, which Councillor Bravo held down. It's the Shelter Safety Action Plan and contract amendments. If anybody has any questions to staff, can you please put your name on the list? Okay, does everybody know what we're doing? Okay, but I don't see any names on the screen. Nobody wants, oh, there we are. Okay, Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I do, Speaker. I have questions for General Manager of Toronto Shelter Safety and Supports, Services and Supports. I'd like to ask questions around the refugee response, where we are at with the strategy that was adopted.
Okay, I'm going to have to put you on hold. Hello? There's too much noise. I can't hear anything. Members of council, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Earlier this year, there was direction to ensure that we were responding adequately to the needs of refugees in the city, and one of the directions involved convening a refugee house roundtable that involved many members of the sector that I chaired. So I'd like to know what has happened since then and what targets we set ourselves with respect to this population, and whether we're meeting those targets.
Thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor Bravo. So we set a target of opening 200 additional spaces in refugee houses or smaller settings. And in partnership with the membership of the table you referred to, we've opened about 135 of those spaces so far, sorry, I'm just going to get the names of the places, but we've got Covenant House has opened a site, the Center for Refugee Children has opened a site, Romero House has opened a location, and we're working on several more. We think we'll reach that 200 spaces probably by the end of January.
Okay, thank you. I just want to run out of time. So in terms of the, can you talk to us about forthcoming changes from the federal government with respect to who is deemed a qualified refugee for support, and any changes that the City of Toronto may be experiencing in the immediate future with regard to funds that we need to continue to provide those services?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, the IHAP program is a program that's assisted the City of Toronto in the last short while and reimbursed us for costs incurred related to this file up to 95% of costs. The federal government has signaled and actually released criteria of this program that will start in the new year, and it will start to reduce the percentage of costs that they will cover. They're looking for the City of Toronto to cost share more of that response. And in addition, they're looking at the category of refugee claimant and who those folks are and who they will fund. And so the impact as we see currently would be a reduction in the amount of money we could rely on from the federal government to support folks as they newly arrive into
So they came through with money after mass mobilization of residents, faith communities, the sector, the mayor getting elected, the direction to ensure that we were treating people fairly, and now they're restricting who qualifies, and they have told us that they will be reducing the funding that's available. That's very concerning. And I think it's important for all members of council to hear that, that's the pressure that we're under. At the same time, I do want to ask, in terms of what can happen here in terms of better outcomes and people being able to leave the shelter system more quickly who are asylum seekers and refugees. Can you confirm that there are proven partnerships, proven strategies that exist, and that that work can be accelerated?
Through the speaker to Councillor, certainly what we hear from our refugee serving partners is that the refugee house model, smaller, more dedicated supports to support folks as they arrive and get them connected quickly to legal supports, income, employment supports, are very effective and much more effective than we see that are provided in the base shelter system.
Okay, and finally, I want to know whether at this time there are any people, is anyone is being prevented from entering a shelter based on their status?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, as you know, currently we see over 100 people per day that are unable to be matched to a bed in the shelter system. This council asked us to not look at that issue, even as we've continued to increase the number of refugee-specific beds in the system, but that's no longer the case. Confirmed.
Thank you.
Mayor Chow, questions?
So right now, the federal government has agreed to fund 95% of people that are declaring refugee status in Toronto, in Canada. And am I correct that next year is going to be 75% and then the year after 50%?
Through the speaker to you, Mayor Chow, yes, generally that is the reduction in funding that they've signaled to qualified programs that we may stand up.
What's the rationale that they give? That they are going to walk away and say that we say in 2 years' time, these refugees claiming we're going to take care of half of them, or we're only going to take, let's say if the cost is $200 per day, we'll just cover $100 a day. What is the rationale for that? It's still the same refugees claimants.
Yes, through the speaker to you, Mayor Chow, I mean, they, like us, want to see more efficient, cost-effective responses. However, I would suggest that this formula that we see in the funding does indicate their withdrawal from supporting this response.
Okay, so if they want more flexibility, let's say for $100, they have all this prescription on how we have to spend it. Are we allowed to give rent supplement to refugees so when they arrive that it would be far more financially, it would be a lot less dollar if we, instead of putting them in a shelter and providing food and security, all of that, because we are running a homeless shelter, it would cost, say, around $200, $300 a day if it's in a hotel. But if they give us the flexibility that we would provide rent supplement, let's say $1,000 a month, that's a lot more efficient and effective. I don't believe refugees, we need to cook for them or buy food for them. They need some money to set themselves up. So is there such flexibility in the IHAP money?
Through the speaker to you, Mayor Chow, no, currently that is not an eligible expense under the IHAP program.
So the most effective way to deal with refugees claimant, as they have done for, let's say, Syrians, Ukrainians, is to, and they arrived, we provide them with some funds. They then go and look for some shelters, a rental apartment of some kind, a room maybe, or come together and rent a place. That is not available through this program. Am I correct?
You're correct.
So what kind of flexibility are they really asking for? If they want flexibility and effectiveness, the most effective and flexible way is through housing allowance, which is a shelter rent supplement. They said no. Have we asked?
It's in the guidelines, Mayor Chow, that this expense is not eligible.
I see. Is expenses such as, so that goes that argument in terms of being flexible. Do they say that we will fund according to the number of refugees arriving, or is it a cap on a certain dollar?
Through the Speaker to you, Mayor Chow, they're seeking an application from the City of Toronto that would be due at the end of January.
So how do we know what is going to be this coming year's number of refugees? We may not know. We're not an immigration department.
Through the Speaker to you, Mayor Chow, we have not ever received accurate or helpful data from the federal government on what to expect in the terms of the number of people arriving.
So the federal government is asking us to take a wild guess of the number of refugees that will be arriving at Pearson or anywhere, crossing border, and that we'll then submit dollar that we think we will need for this coming year. So they're not actually paying for the number of refugees claimants we serve. They are asking us to predict, right? Yep, okay. But what I've noticed is...
Last question.
Yeah, thank you. Last question. Since September 2021, the number of refugees have increased tenfold, from 530 per night in 2021 to now, December 8, 2024, 5,509. So from 530 per night to 5,500. That's within, pardon me, 3 years. Did you predict that in 2021 it's going to go up by 10 folds?
Through the Speaker to you, Mayor Chow, not only did we not expect that, I tell you, we're proud to say that we've supported 23,000 unique individuals over the course of that time, either through our shelter system and supported them into housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Madam Chair, I'll share my time with the mayor if she still has any other question to ask.
What?
I'll share my time with
No,
the
the
mayor.
mayor
if she
has
any other
already
questions.
asked all her
Okay.
questions.
Okay. Through the chair to staff, has the federal government always paid their obligations to the city regarding refugee asylums?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, you may recall in April of 2023 in the federal budget, they stopped all funding or signaled that they would stop all funding to the municipality for these services. And only after some significant organizing and intergovernmental work have we seen that money come back to support the services that we have in place.
So, knowing the previous history and knowing what is signaling, you could say that they're not being a fair or honest partner when it comes to funding for their share of or their obligations to the city.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, we're very concerned about what this signal means for the future funding of this program.
So seeing also the geopolitical situations happening all over the world, you would assume that there's probably going to be an increase of people trying to seek asylum in our country.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, the number of folks that are displaced around the world higher than ever as reported by the UNHCR.
Okay. So now seeing all this, but also knowing, because this has come to council many times and we've all worked on it through different committees. If an agency is federally regulated or it has a federal charity status, shouldn't the federal government be the one reimbursing them compared to the City of Toronto? for the work that they've done?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that certainly could be a vehicle that could be made available.
But it's not at this time, I would assume.
Not for the sheltering services that we currently provide, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Is there a dollar amount that we could put on what the federal government owes us or hasn't paid us to support our shelter system? Like, what's the gap? So if I was having a meeting with my MP today and I said, you know, you owe us this many millions of dollars to support refugees or asylum seekers coming to Toronto through the federal government, well, is there a dollar value?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we've received one payment for 2024 in the total of $42 million approximately. We will look to reconcile costs for 2024, which will be almost $300 million. We'll receive word on that sometime likely in March or April of next year. Defer to the city manager.
So through the speaker, I'd just add to that, I think to your question about if you're sitting down with an MP, the real challenge for us is in future years. In 2024, we expect, as they have for many years, for them to contribute 95% of the cost, and we've budgeted for that. The drop, as the general manager is saying, to 75-25 and then to 50-50 is a large number that the City of Toronto would either have to match or look at reducing services. I think that's the conversation to have with MPs.
Right. So the number right now, as we're getting back to that cost share, is $300 million?
It's estimated through the speaker to be around $300 million, given our current numbers, which are dropping a little bit. So I would say it's between 250 and 300.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Tanner, I wanted to ask about warming centers and the impact, I guess, that asylum seekers and refugees and other people are having on our shelter system, which I understand is full. And when I was looking at the stats the other night, for 2 nights ago, for example, our warming centers are closed, but we have 137 people in them. Am I understanding that correctly when I'm looking at that data?
Yes, through the speaker to you, Councillor, we've had 2 activations so far this season of warming centres, and our practice is that when warming centres close, because the temperatures go above -5 degrees Celsius, we keep the people until we can refer them out to an available space. So you could see occupancy days beyond when our actual activation ends. And within those folks that are coming into our warming services, certainly we are seeing a number of refugee claimants also in those services.
So 2 nights ago, we had 137 people. Warming centers are closed. We had 137 people still living in them by your statistics because you couldn't refer them to a shelter bed anywhere or a bed.
That's correct.
Okay. And then tonight, for example, if the 137 people are still there and it drops to -5 and you have to open up the warming centers again, we're that further behind the 8 ball because you already have 137 people in them.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess my next question would be, if we have 137 people in them and we're looking after them, why we would not just keep the warming centers open as we experience in winter and it's December?
Sure. And thanks for the question. Through the speaker to you, Councillor. During the first activation, for example, on the 3rd day, our warming centers were full. If we kept them open for the duration of the winter period at that time, we would have no surge capacity when temperatures drop. For example, this weekend, they're going down to -15 or below. So we open them, we bring people in. When they close, we hold on to them until we can refer them into shelter. We clean them, we get them ready to go again, and we open them when the activation hits -5 again.
Okay, and should we be looking at opening or creating more warming centers? Because I know in Scarborough, we closed the Scarborough Civic Center down. The facilities, in your staff's opinion, weren't adequate. And then we opened up the new one in my ward on Scarborough Golf Club Road, which is the only one in Scarborough. And if they're filling because of our other issues with asylum seekers and refugees, So should we look at reopening or renovating the Civic Center to meet that need?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, this year we have 7 warming centres, most that we've ever had before. Our winter response is approaching 1,300 spaces, more than we've ever had before. We'll continue to look for opportunities to open more sites that are suitable for the purpose and that we can bring on with operators. And so even later this month, we'll open Metro Hall. We're adding that to the mix. But you're right, suitability is one thing. Privacy, amenities, showers, washrooms are important.
That was your last question. Councillor Cheng.
Madam Speaker, to Mr. Gord Tanner, is there currently a national plan as to how asylum seekers are distributed across services across the country?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, this is something that is missing, is a national strategy as well as locally still a reception strategy or reception center to meet people in a dignified way when they arrive.
What happened to the Welcome Center? We heard about it 2 years ago. We've been asking for it. There's been roundtable discussions. Why is there no Welcome Center yet?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, Peel has now opened the facility that is destined to be the reception center in a pilot way, but it is still not supporting the function as we had imagined it.
And is there the potential or interest to continue working that out because there needs to be a landing place that's coordinated that helps people navigate and figure out where they're going to land?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we fully support and think that that should open as soon as possible. But to your first question, it needs to be supported by a regional and national strategy so that when people arrive at the reception center, after they have their needs met at a short period of time, they've got somewhere to go.
And we've been asking for this Welcome Reception Center for how long now?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, members of the community have been asking for this for more than a decade.
How many shelter beds do we currently have?
So last night we sheltered about 9,800 people in the shelter system, and we have about 2,000 more in bridging hotels, so just under 12,000 people.
And what is the cost of operating all of these beds?
The total cost for all of our shelter spaces is in excess of $600 million per year.
And what is the division of funding between us, province, and federal government?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we've received recently through the new deal, additional support for our shelter system to the tune of $200 million each year. But the city's contribution is just about $200 million as well.
Does the amount that we fund change with the percentage of asylum seekers that are in our base shelter system?
So through the speaker to you, we have been asking the federal government to reimburse us for the number of refugee claimants in our base shelter system, and so that is part of what we expect that they will reimburse to us.
But that reimbursement is slated to decrease over the next few years.
Through the speaker to you, that's right, and in fact they've said that any refugee claimants in our base shelter system would not be eligible for reimbursement from the IHAP program.
And do you think that property taxpayers should be the source of primary funding for asylum seekers in our city?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the shelter system in Toronto cannot support the immigration system of Canada.
Right. And with regard to mental health and addiction services provided in the shelter system, are those covered by the provincial government?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, things have improved quite a bit. We do have access to primary care and mental health supports in most of our shelters, but more is needed. More specific and timely crisis intervention and support, safe beds, and other supports as people move into housing.
So with this proposed download to the municipality of the immigration system, we know a lot of asylum seekers want to come to Toronto. What can the city do to signal that we simply cannot take on this burden? What are our options here? Because we cannot absorb the potential costs that are going to come as this download is worked out into our budget.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, part of it is what is underway currently, which is supporting the development and capacity of more refugee-serving houses and programs and supporting the sector. But certainly at the volume we see, this is not a sustainable and ongoing response that the city can provide.
That was your last
Thank
question.
you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So just a question, a follow-up to a discussion we've had a number of times in the recent past. So our plan for decommissioning shelters, there's two of them that were a priority. One of them was in my ward at 2180 Islington. So a couple of questions there. How are we progressing with that? And is there a specific date in mind at this point in time?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Crisanti. So currently we are in the midst of decommissioning a program at Kennedy Road in the 401, and it will close likely by October of this year. We don't yet have a date for the closure of the shelter hotel program on Islington in your ward.
And as discussed, do you think you could undertake to get me some clarity on that date, maybe in the first quarter of next year?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly we will do our best and be in touch with you to let you know about that date as soon as possible. It is prioritized as one of the next shelter hotels to close. And as you know, we've just embarked on our large capital plan to open smaller shelters across the City of Toronto, which will help us in that process.
All right, thank you. So encampments. I see that we have made some progress, and I just want to know, we're finding shelter spaces for people living in encampments. Can you describe a bit, where are we today versus maybe about a year ago? How are we progressing with that in general?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, Toronto, as many communities across the province, has seen an increase in the number of encampments and people sleeping in public spaces. We, of course, brought a report through council and received support on our new interdivisional protocol. And so staff are deploying that protocol. We've recently ended encampments that were on a larger scale at Allen Gardens, at Clarence Square, at Moss Park, and that work will continue as we're now in the winter months and hoping to get as many people inside as possible.
Okay, and just finally, your recommendation 4 speaks to this council to authorize $3 million, about $3.5 million of reimbursement to, of course, the many churches and community members that came forward and stepped up to look after refugees over a long period of time. Is this monies that have come from the province and from the other two levels of government? This is not directly taxpayer dollars?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, these are expenses that are eligible under the IHAP program through the federal government, and we will submit them for reimbursement to them.
Then we'll be fully reimbursed for the 3.5.
We hope to be fully reimbursed, or at least at a 95% rate for these costs that were incurred in 2023.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pasternak, you are next to ask questions. I'll wait for you to get back to your chair. You ready?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the problems that I'm seeing when it comes to our shelter services, and I think it's mentioned in passing in this report, is there's nothing to do for the residents during the day. There's a lack of programming, a lack of support. So they wander the neighborhoods. and that's when the trouble begins. Would you concur with that view of our local neighborhoods?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, not necessarily. We have over 100 facilities in the City of Toronto. Many of them offer programming during the day. There's no requirement for people to leave shelters as there might have been in past years. And the staff and programs do the best they can to bring in services, programming, and to connect people to those important things to keep them busy.
Do all the shelters have a curfew?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no.
So people can come and go at any time of the day?
There's a variety of program models within those 100 locations, some low barrier where people can come and go. There may be curfews in some programs as well.
So people can come and go during the day and there's scattered programming?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it's important these services are available on a 24/7 basis, as our outreach teams meet people all the time that are looking to come indoors. And the staff do their best to program these spaces and get people connected to employment, life skills, programming, and other activities.
Right, but if there are mental wellness issues or substance abuse issues, they cannot necessarily enter the local labor market on that basis, or is that a fair assumption?
So through the speaker, I mean, we have 12,000 people in our system, and there's a whole lot of different people with different needs. Certainly there are some that are further from the labor market and need additional supports, and our staff do the best they can to connect them with those supports.
So back to my original point, is there a funding gap for daytime programming to support shelter residents, to keep them engaged in some way within a catchment area of the building, rather than have them wander neighborhood?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, additional supports from our healthcare partners to support, some of the needs are gaps certainly, and this report asks and seeks additional mental health, substance use supports from the provincial government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's the holiday season. I didn't start your clock, Councillor, so you could have gone on for an awfully long time, but you were selected a shorter time. Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to apologize to the Mr. Tanner if I repeat any of the questions that have been asked already. In 2022, there was a change made in regards to policy. What was that change in policy in regards to shelters, I guess? The previous administration in 2022 made some changes around that.
So maybe you can clarify for me, Councillor Moyes, in terms of what you're referring to.
Well, I know that the previous administration made some changes, took a different approach back in 2022 in regards to how we deal with the shelter system and who goes in and who's access it. So what was the policy change and when did it take place? So
through the speaker to you, Councillor, if you're referring to our refugee response specifically,
yes,
then I can tell you that in the late part of 2022, we made the operational decision, as we were seeing many more people coming to the city, to refer folks to the hundreds of beds that we were standing up in our refugee response to best meet the needs of refugee claimants and to keep doing our best to meet the needs of the hundreds of people that call us each day with a variety of other specific needs.
And how many refugee claimants are there currently in Toronto shelter system?
Currently in the system we have about 5,500.
Okay. I'm going to pivot a little to employment equity. Do our shelter staff or workforce reflect the community they serve, including management positions? We know historically that over 50% of people occupy the shelters are people who are Indigenous or Black?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we've made tremendous progress recently in ensuring that not only our frontline staff reflect who are using our services, but also more senior positions within the organization.
Okay. In the Shelter Safety Action Plan, what actions are being advanced to ensure that Black shelter employees and clients are treated in a way that is free from discrimination and anti-Black racism?
Yes, through this speaker to you, Councillor, one of the things we found in our CAMH shelter study is that our Black racialized Indigenous staff were facing an incredible amount of discrimination in the workplace. And so part of our Shelter Safety Action Plan is to implement a new tracking tool so that we can track those incidents, identify where they happen in the workplace, and be able to respond effectively to create a safer environment, both for the staff and, as you say, for the overrepresentation of Black and racialized clients that use our services.
And how are we supporting those staff when incidents happen?
So through the speaker to you, a variety of ways. One is to provide immediate relief in terms of those situations happening, to pull them off the front line and provide support. Depending on the nature of the occurrence, we sometimes brought in facilitators to debrief situations that may happen. But apart from anything else, it's saying that there's no tolerance for these kind of issues in our workplace, and that it needs to stop.
Okay. I'm assuming there are proper signage and those things as well, right?
Variety of signage around the shelters differs from place to place, but certainly that is something that is there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questioners? Seeing none. Councillor Bravo, you are first to speak, but you're stepping back for just getting on my, for Councillor Morley to proceed before you. Okay, Councillor Morley, are you ready?
I am.
Thank you. Let me just get that done and then turn the chair back over to Madame's.
Caffeine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'd like to just ask clerks to put the motion up. I do have a motion on this item, and with thanks to staff and my colleagues for this important work. We did connect directly with staff on this one, and as we know from the report we received earlier, we still have a lot of work to do. And so this was informed with some insights from some of our frontline workers on what is going to be helpful to stand up the recommendations here. So you'll just note, underline there, we're looking to ensure there's a completion of a robust consultation with frontline staff who will be using the tools, completion of appropriate anti-Black racism incident management training for managers and supervisors, in addition to the wider recommendation. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I think we as leaders here in this space need to continue to do our best work to ensure that the challenges that continue to plague us continue to be front and center, top of mind, and appropriately supported with tangible actions and tangible tools in place. So it's just a small amendment here to the recommendation. I look forward to supporting this item before us, and I hope my colleagues will see the value in this proposal here and will support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis to speak. Councillor Mantis, you're up to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I will be voting no to against this item. For the only reason is that I feel that the federal government needs to be able to pay his obligations. These are obligations that should have been paid by the federal government and not by the City of Toronto. As our staff that have worked tirelessly over the years have mentioned to us, if we did not have to pay for the federal government's program, we would have more than enough space in our system, and we would not need to rent out hotels or any other facility to be able to accommodate. So I believe that knowing that going forward, they're also going to be cutting our funding, in a good conscience, I cannot support something that is not our obligation. I understand that we are an asylum city and that we need to help, yes, but the federal government also needs to step up and pay their bills. So that's why, Madam Speaker, I will be voting against this item.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, are you ready to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, and I'll describe it while it's put up. It's directing the General Manager of Toronto Shelter and the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat to accelerate the expansion of specialized refugee shelter and housing options, to complement and enhance the city emergency shelter system, and that these be more effective and efficient, and they produce better outcomes for refugees themselves, that it be informed and delivered in partnership with the refugee serving sector, and that it's built in collaboration with the federal and provincial government. And importantly, that it's consistent with this council's continuing advocacy for federal and provincial funding and support that is fair, given their area of responsibility. It also directs that we establish a refugee and asylum claiming shelter and housing external working group so that we're always hearing that voice and working well together, and that we want that the higher orders of government take immediate action. And finally, that we reconfirm the commitment that we made in the motion that the Mayor championed and brought before us when she started at her first council meeting, to ensure everyone, regardless of status, is able to come inside. And this is important because shelter is a first step to home. Shelter is the place where you are able to connect to services that you need. And for some populations, that means moving quickly into settlement. There is a huge provincial role in settlement that the province is not playing right now. I came to Canada as a refugee. When we arrived, there was a reception center at the airport. I did have a brief stay in a shelter, as I've shared before. Then my parents were processed. They immediately started working within 3 months. And that is something that is not available today for a number of different circumstances and for certain populations. The provincial government has a huge role, as Manitoba is playing, as British Columbia is playing. It's not doing it. On the other hand, it is not this level of government that decides who should come, what are the policies at the airport, how we're supporting people. It's not this level of government that, chooses to treat one population, for example, like Ukrainian arrivals, in one particular way, and then treat other populations in a different way. That is not ours to do, but it is ours to tend to people when they are in our city, and that's a commitment that we've made, and that's something that the public wants. The only reason that we were able to get federal government support last year the way that we did was because of the concerted effort of councillors and the mayor who were pushing for this, and the public service through intergovernmental conversations, but it was really the power of people on the outside that stood with us, faith leaders, community leaders, who said this isn't good enough, we can do better, and that is what has happened. We need all orders of government working together. Regarding the shelter safety plan, I think this is really, really important work that the public service has done. It was very brave and bold to invite CAMH to find out with us what was going on in terms of safety. And it's interesting and sad to see that for many workers and for many shelter residents, conditions weren't safe. And I heard Councillor Moyse ask questions about racism and discrimination. And a lot of workers are facing it, residents are facing it, and it's both. Every member of that equation is participating in that in some way, and we need to change those conditions. The only way that we're going to solve a problem is to face it and name it and attend to it, and so I think this is really important. The plan that we have now to build 20 shelters that are right-sized, that serve populations, for example, I will be having a youth shelter in my ward. just blocks from my house. This is the way that we're going to set people up for success, get them ready for housing as we're building the housing plan. We cannot disconnect shelter from housing and good outcomes. The most important prescription for people to get better in every possible way is to have a roof over their head that supports them. And I want to say that I know I've heard some questions here about the conditions of people, who they are living in encampments. There are all kinds of people living in encampments, and I think that we need to get to know that population better. I want to just note one thing. One of the encampments in my ward in Dufferin Grove Park, half the population, half the people living in that encampment get up in the morning and they go to work. They go to work. So we have to get serious about this, and this plan is crucial for making our collective dream of having people inside in a safer, more secure city a reality.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to staff for pulling together this action plan. And thank you to Deputy Mayor Morley and Councillor Bravo for the motions that have been put forward that continue to strengthen the conditions for staff who work in this really critical sector, and for the recommendations put forward about how we engage the sector and communities in this work that is laid out in front of us. We spend a lot of time taking action on our housing and affordability crisis in the city. And part of that is making sure that as a priority, people have a safe place to be at night. And while we know that shelters, just like encampments, are not a solution to the housing crisis alone, we must ensure that people have safe places to be, like shelters, as they transition to permanent housing, and as we do our work to make more options for housing available that are secure, that are affordable, and appropriate for the people who need them most. We also have a duty to make sure that the staff that work in our shelters and work in this sector are safe and respected in their work. And I want to highlight just a couple of recommendations from this plan that are really, really critical for us as we move forward. I was really pleased to see the investment in community safety teams. I've seen the difference that they've made in my communities in Spadina, Fort York. They are an essential connection to our community, to be responsive to the concerns that I know so many of us here in our neighborhoods around our collective safety, reaching out to people who need assistance, and making sure that our communities are clean and safe, and that we can be alerted to what is happening in a proactive and responsive way. I'm also glad to see that we're looking to address the wage gaps in the nonprofit shelter provider sector. We have heard from workers again and again about how critical this is. Some of the best people who want to give their care and commitment to this sector just aren't practically able to do that. And with this, we are telling them that we see them and that their participation and compensation and respect is important to us. This work is so important and very challenging. And you all know that well. It is some of the most challenging work that we will take on, and it is so crucial. And the folks who are doing this work on the front lines have to be paid well, and we have to prioritize their decent work in order to continue to make progress on this issue. And this action plan allows us to be on a path to rectify this inequity. I look forward to hearing the report back on how this plan will be implemented, and also to make sure that we are learning lessons of the progress and the achievements we are making through our efforts, and in continuing to work together with city staff and our community partners and as colleagues on this council to make sure that everyone in Toronto has a safe place to sleep at night, and everyone in Toronto has a place that they can be proud to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I just want to share my appreciation for the incredible work that our staff do 24/7 in dealing with a perplexing challenge. And a lot of it goes on silently and quietly, unless there's some kind of emergency that, sort of erupts. But we forget that there are 12,000 very fragile people in great need that have to be housed safely, have to be fed, medically supported 24/7. This doesn't happen without dedication, money, and expertise. And there's always going to be room for improvement. And I know this is an attempt to try and rectify some of the obvious gaps and challenges, and I commend everybody who worked on this. Councillor Bravo, Deputy Mayor Morley, everybody that's worked on this. I find it perplexing, though, to see that sometimes people say, well, the city shouldn't be doing this because it's the federal government or the provincial government that should be doing it, so therefore, let's not provide shelter. Let's not fund the shelter system. Well, that's like saying someone comes to your door that's hungry, and we say, no food for you because you should be getting food from the government in Ottawa. How can you say no to someone that knocks on the door in the freezing cold and is looking for a warm place to sleep and a bite to eat, and you tell them, no, go talk to your federal MP? That's nonsense. We don't have a choice. We can't select the people that come into Pearson every day, the people that come across the border. They come to Toronto on a regular basis. So to say, well, it's not our job, too bad, go talk to your MP. That's nonsense. So we have, whether we like it or not, we have a job to do here. We got to do the best we can. And I just also want to commend the Streets from Home people. I want to commend the Toronto Police. Because I don't know how many days I've been working with the police and the Streets from Home people to try to deal with people in encampments. They're all people suffering from various degrees of mental health challenges. And so the police are very patient with them. I know the police up at 13th Division. They talk to them. They call the Streets from Home. They work together. They know the Streets from Home people. They have their personal email and personal iPhone numbers. They talk to them and they try to get them into a shelter. I mean, we just got two husband and wife partners there. We just got them into a shelter the other day after they were sleeping in the park in my ward. Now, the other thing is, it is really frustrating to try and explain to people that you can't arrest your way out of the homeless crisis. What good is, I think the Premier now said he's going to fine homeless people $10,000 if they're homeless. How in the hell is that going to work? You're going to fine homeless people $10,000 if they're homeless and maybe suffering from some addiction or whatever it is. Rather than trying to invest money in providing affordable rental, temporary housing, shelter housing, why waste your time? Well, it's not a waste of time because it's a political maneuver that works, and you tell people, yeah, we're going to get the cops to get those encampments out. But you know what you're doing? You're playing whack-a-mole with the homeless. You're going to move them out of downtown Toronto. They're going to go somewhere else. Then they're going to go somewhere else. So you got to deal with the reality of the shelters that we need. And I tell people, I'd rather have a person in a shelter than sleeping in your backyard or sleeping in the park or sleeping in the TDC bus shelters. The TDC bus shelters have become like Doug Ford's new housing plan. That's what he wants people to do, sleep in the bus shelters.
5 seconds.
Sad to say. Okay.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. You know, many people are tired about hearing about anti-Black racism, but I can reassure you that Black people are equally tired of experiencing it. I know that when I first got here 2 years ago, I observed many inequalities, not only within this chamber and this building, but across the city. And I have to say that there has been improvements. I won't deny that. But I also talked about, you know, I saw firsthand how the Ukrainian refugees were treated versus how Black people from Africa were treated when they came here about a year or so ago at 137 Peter Street. And how it was the churches who actually stepped up and filled the gap that, you know, we failed as a city. And I hope there are lessons learned from that. And I just want to thank Mayor Chow, you know, when she came into here in 2023 and opened up the shelter system for everyone. That really did make a difference. It's really disheartening for me to hear some of my colleagues, like Councilor Mantis, say that, you know, because the federal government isn't coming to a table, that, you know, we should just not do anything. We should stand by and let them to fill the gap. Well, these are people. These are real people. They could be your neighbor, you know, a family member. We're all equal here. And I think it's important that we put people first always, regardless where they come from. I don't care where you come from. I open my door and my heart to you, and I will support you and advocate for you until the federal or provincial government come into to the table. But we should not just wait for them to come to the table first. It's important to say that. I'm happy to see, too, the Shelter Safety Action Plan in place. I think it's important to support our staff who need the support. I think it's important to also make sure that people see themselves in institutions that you know, represent them, for example. I know that for me as a young person growing up, I didn't see myself reflected in the school system, in the administration. So therefore, I didn't actually aspire to be anything beyond what I saw and I grew up with. So this is why, for me, when it comes to anti-Black racism and the CABRAC department, it's important we push all the boundaries the best we can to make sure that this very diverse city, you know, we also have the staffing in place as well in every corner of it. So again, I want to thank Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Bravo for, you know, really championing and putting their best foot forward to bring about some positive change on this very difficult subject matter. It's not easy, honestly. I sit here and I cringe. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to speak to this item or not, but you know, I felt that I needed to. But let's really just try and do our best to support each other, support our communities, and make sure no one is left behind. That's all I ask. I hope that, you know, in the short time I'm here as a councillor, be it long or short, that I will continue to help make a difference, make this city a better place to live and to work and to raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Last night I had a very challenging meeting in my ward. We announced one of 6 locations across our city, and it was very emotional. A lot of people have questions and fears, and they ask themselves, why are we in this situation? Why is this exploding across our city so visibly? And what we see is our city is doing a lot of heavy lifting. We are constantly put in the position where we have to bleed money to put out fires because we value human dignity. But the biggest challenge here is that our governments, higher levels of government, are not doing their fair share. When it comes to mental health, addiction, and homelessness, We need collaborative investment and coordination. None of these problems are unique to Toronto, and cities across the country are saying we cannot solve this on our property tax. Our fiscal framework is insufficient. It is madness that this welcome center, so logical, have all the asylum seekers have a coordinated way to be received into our country and have a distributed way where they can be supported across our country. It's so logical, and yet I hear we've been asking for it for decades. And instead, we just keep putting out this fire and that fire. Shelter hotels, not a great solution for our finances, for those who live in these shelters, and for the surrounding communities. But we can't easily close them because we don't have that collaborative investment. We are looking at potentially 2 elections this year. And we have to explain to all of our constituents, especially those who are irate at the encampment at their local park, or the new shelter that's coming down their street that they're afraid is going to bring complexity and perhaps risk the value of their home. We have to point the arrows. The arrow is that our 3 levels of government have to work collaboratively. We should be fully committed to solving this problem. In a country like ours, with the amount of space and resources that we have, this should not be a problem that's bleeding out on our streets. And so I hope that we will strongly encourage all of our constituents to get engaged and get involved in the upcoming elections and make it clear that these higher levels of government should not be dropping the ball. We should not go every year to beg for money as part of our budget process. And so this is a problem we need to solve. I appreciate all of our staff, as Deputy Mayor Cole so eloquently highlighted their dedication. They are at the front lines, seeing the human suffering, the lack of dignity for so many people who are working jobs and sleeping in tents. This is untenable for a world-class city like ours. So thank you to all who are making sure that we are doing our part, but we cannot keep silent on the important gap that exists in our system, that is the coordinated national and provincial plan to help solve homelessness, addiction, and mental health. Thank you.
Okay, we're on our last speaker. Members of council, I want to remind you it's 4 o'clock. We have a lot of items left, so if we, I don't think we'll finish the agenda today. We might have to come back tomorrow, so just keep that in mind, okay? Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. I began my political journey by attending a rally to say to the federal government that surely Canada can accept more Southeast Asian refugees. They were called the boat people at the time. This is 1979, 1980. And Operation Lifeline started, and within a year, it was successful. Canada opened up the door to 60,000 Southeast Asian refugees. A lot of them settled in Toronto.
Mayor, do you have a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I got excited. Yes, I do have 4 motions. It's in front of you. I'll talk about the motion in a minute. But did we have problem? Were these refugees in shelters? No. Did they have trouble determining their status? No. Did they have trouble sponsoring their loved ones from refugees camp to Canada? No. Well, it took about 2 or 3 years, but not 5, not 10. And things worked out. All of them settled in well. Look at it today. Today, in Toronto, we have 5,500 and let's say 6,000 plus refugees claimants in our shelters. Refugees claimant are stripped of their dignity. They are out on the street because sometimes our shelters are full. They don't know where they are going. They don't know how to apply for refugee status. They don't know whether they can get a work permit or not. And it takes years for them to determine, for the federal government to determine whether they would become refugees or not. At the meantime, their life is on hold. It's a lot more expensive housing people this way, and it's certainly not effective, and it's not flexible. I just learned on Friday that the program, the Federal Interim Housing Assistance Program, had been changed dramatically, and it was just changed on December 6th, and it'll have a huge impact in Toronto because it's going to rely on a prediction of how many refugees are coming in next year. We don't know because does the federal government tell us? Do they give any prediction? No. Did they tell us that between 2021 to today that there's 10-fold of number of refugees arriving at the door? We don't know. They didn't. So as a result, and also is not flexible. So we can't take that money and say that, please, have a shelter allowance. It would be so much cheaper. It's more, it allowed them to establish a sense of community, and it's much faster. And we've always done it that way with the Syrian refugees, the Afghan refugees, the Ukrainian refugees, claimants, and they were fine. They settled well. Some of the Syrian refugees are now considering returning home. Okay, so they settled well, except the program got changed, and it means that more responsibility to us, and for some reason, they're going to cut it to 75%, and a year later be 50%. Why? They didn't say. Is it because we can handle more? No. And on top of that, there is a policy that said during the time when you arrive to Toronto, let's say Pearson, until the time you file a refugee's claim, during that period, they're not going to take care of them. They won't pay. Well, it could take 6 months because it will require a lawyer. They need to know how to put in an application. During that period, the federal government said, we're washing our hands away. They're just the city of Toronto. You deal with it. That just doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we need the federal government to provide more flexible funding, that it needs to be responsive to the number of arrivals, rather than a predetermined number that we have no idea what it is, and also not cut their funding. It needs to be ongoing funding rather than having it come down. It also the federal government need a reception center on arrival, so immediately those refugees claimant can apply for a claim. I'm running out of time. Yesterday, the city added millions into the federal provincial program, the COP program. We did that so that we can move 900 people from our housing to our shelter system. And anyway, I'm running out of time. I'm asking you to support the recommendations in front of us so that we could negotiate a much better program with the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Sure.
Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Mayor, I'll take a little bit further back in a couple years behind. when you used to be the MP and sit on the Citizenship and Immigration Board committee, isn't it the federal government's obligation when a person declares refugee status at the first point of entry to be able to assist them?
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely, and they did that with Syrian refugees and did that with Afghan refugees.
Right, but with the Afghan refugees and the Syrian refugees, there was also a different policy because they were also dominated by communities and they were sponsored. But I'm just saying, when they come at the first point of entry, and it happens to be, let's say, Lester B. Pearson, which is in Mississauga, should not the federal government have a place where we can shelter the people and help them to be able to settle before they come as regular refugees into the country?
Yes, they do, because right now, I'm in front of IRCC Canada.
Right.
I'm on their website.
Right.
And they said that they could provide a one-time household startup allowance and a monthly income support payment. So they could rent, except that is not available for the claimants.
So it's a matter of policy.
There's this artificial definition. There's refugees, and then there are those that the federal government call asylum seeker. And until you become a refugee,
yes,
during that period, sometimes, well, most of the time, the federal government believes that is a provincial responsibility. We just got stuck as a municipality while the federal and the provincial government debate whether asylum seeker or refugees claimants should be federal or provincial responsibility. We are stuck. We're stuck because they come to our shelters. The shelters are designed for homeless folks.
Correct.
Not for refugees.
Correct.
But given that there's no choice at this point, Councillor Bravo did a very, what she's doing right now is to say, well, since we have to serve people, we don't ask whether they are refugees claimant, refugees, homeless people. We need to provide support. So then let us build spaces, build a system, or build a program that actually are able to meet the needs of refugees claimants. There are groups, whether it's Matthew House, Sojourn House, all of them do very, very good work. So we're partnering with them to provide real shelters that meets their needs.
But Madam Mayor, I commend your work and I commend the work of Councillor Bravo. But seeing what the federal government is telling us for the following years to come, we're not going to be able to withstand the financial pressures for it. Like, it's going to cost us over $1 billion a year. So how are we going to pay for this?
But Councillor, I understand your frustration, I share it, but at the meantime, what do we do? Because last year, in March, when the federal government, not only are they, this time they're at least starting and then cutting it more and more. Last year, last March, they basically said the program is ended. This is called Federal Interim Housing Assistance Program. There's nothing interim about the number of refugees claimants arriving to our city. So I don't know. Now, they are willing to extend it for a few years now, so it's not annual, which is a good thing. We won that battle. But we now need them to design the program that actually meets the needs of the refugees claimant. The way they designed it is for it to slope down, that they will pay less and less and less, which doesn't work. Who's going to pay for it, right?
So does your motion help
my program
assisting you to be able to speak with our federal and provincial counterparts?
Absolutely.
And that's your last question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. If you look at the if you look at the recommendations, number one is that give us the dollar that actually, stop what you're doing right now because it's wrong. Number two, give us the actual number of refugees claimants, not a whatever number that people come up with, which is, not necessarily accurate, actual number. Number 3, make it flexible so that it'll be effective. It'll be a lot more efficient if we just give a housing allowance rather than having to find food, buy food, and cook food for them. Refugees don't need that from us, right? So that the first recommendation is make the program more flexible, make it permanent, make it in a way that will work for the refugees claimants. Number 2 is that do what they did with the Afghan, Syrian, and Ukrainian refugees, okay? They had a reception center. The CBSA processed refugees' claim at the time of arrival rather than having them drift out in the city and that they don't know how to apply for refugee status. Do it then. Number 3 is to say, please, coordinate a national system because we are not the only municipality facing the problem. Number 4 is to say, allow us expand the Canada-Ontario housing benefits because you can immediately take the refugees that are right now in shelters in your area, in Councillor Peruzza area, in the different hotels, that we can then house them, close the hotel, have them live on their own. It is far more efficient. They have much more dignity if they can live on their own, have a sense of community, and be able to come together. And they will settle in Canada much faster, much better, as refugees have done for generations.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Holyday, point of order.
Yeah, thank you for the point of order. I would like to vote on item number 2 separately. That's a request of the Government of Ontario.
All right. Okay, so we have motion by Councillor Morley. On favor? Carried. Okay. Motion by Councillor Bravo. On favor? Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please, and Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Pasternak, please, and Mayor Chow, thank you. Motion 2 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Motion. Motion by Mayor Chow. All in favor? Carried. And then Councillor Holyday wanted a separate vote on number 2 in the report. Recorded.
Just stand by, members. Part 2 of the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay, balance of the item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Is that, did I hear recorded? Yes. By who? I didn't hear. Oh, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, recorded vote. Yes. This is on the balance of the item as amended.
Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please? The balance of the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. Before we go to the next item, does anybody have any quick releases? Councillor Morley, you have a quick release?
I think so. With thanks to clerks, hopefully they can put my letter forward. This one's on the nightclub item.
Which one is it? Is it the Etobicoke?
Sorry, this is a new motion.
Oh, you're adding a motion.
Yeah, so so sorry, just need to move it onto the agenda to start, and then I can release it quickly afterwards.
Okay, so she's going to withdraw this one? Okay, so this is on favor, carried.
Thank you.
And then you, okay, and then you're going to withdraw the other one. Right.
If that's the advice of the
Yeah,
clerk.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I would like to withdraw the other one. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Deputy Mayor Malik, quick release.
This is just changing over who's holding the striking committee item. ST 7.1, we're just working on some motions, and I just wanted to take it from Councillor Bravo, who very kindly moved it yesterday when I was not here in the morning.
The motions?
Not yet, but is it possible just to move the hold to me?
Okay, let's just try to move this on because we have a huge agenda still.
I do understand that, and
Yeah.
it will be quick once we have the motions. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll change the hold into your name. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Myers, quick release.
Yes, for SC 18.12, the staff have recommended the amendments.
Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen, that's Metrolinx Scarborough Subway Extension. Okay, there it is on the screen.
So this is the amendments that were requested in the original motion, and we've added two more. That City Council requests Metrolinx reinstate the monthly construction liaison committee meetings to facilitate regular updates and engagement with the community on the Scarborough Subway Extension project. And number two, City Council direct the Executive Director, Transit Expansion, provide quarterly project updates on the Scarborough Subway Extension project to Scarborough Community Council, ensuring transparency and timely communication on the project's progress.
Okay, by the amendment, yeah, on the amendment on 1A, on favor, carried. On 1B, on favor, carried. Okay, that's it. Any others people want to release? There are a number of CC items here that members of council has held down. So that needs to be dealt with today. Okay. We have Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Bradford, and I understand, Councillor Holiday, you want to go on camera on yours. I understand that part. But I just want to remind members that they're... Oh, you want to go on yours? Okay, Councillor Sachs? I'm on the list. CC 24.14, I have a motion. CC 2414, you have a motion? Yes. Okay. It's on the screen. That's 595 Bay Street, Yonge Street. On the amendment by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. So the other two will go in camera. Okay, our next item.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, I guess it is. I don't know if it is a point of order. Can we also do the smart track item in camera because it has the confidential attachments to it?
Well, you just tell the clerk.
No? Well, I'm just asking for the indulgence of my colleagues. If
Okay,
it's a no,
just
it's a no.
speak to the clerk. Please, Councillor Mantha, speak to the clerk. Okay. No, our next. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I did have a chance to read one of the items I'd held that was added to the agenda. And so I'm prepared to release MM 24.43, 321 Laird Drive, request for city solicitor to attend, at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. I'd like to have a recorded vote on that.
2442 by the mayor.
I have to finish reading that. That's a little longer, that one.
Pardon?
I'm not finished reading that one.
Oh, you're not finished, okay. Recorded vote on MM 2443.
Please. The item carries. The vote is 19-1.
Councillor Holiday, I'm sorry, what was the number, the one that you wanted to go on camera on? Oh, hold on. Yes?
I think we need to go in camera for CC 24.13, which is 417 to 419 Burnham Thorpe Road.
Okay, 2413. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Speaker, if I may point out to you that this one's a little bit different in the way that it's structured, in that there is both a public portion and a confidential portion specifically relating to the solicitor.
No, I understand. I just wanted the number, sorry. Okay. All right, so we'll go to the next timed item, which is CC 24.3, the Smart Track stations. And Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. So if anybody has any questions, if they can put their name on the screen. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just wanted to, because when was the Smart Track plan first introduced for City Council to approve it?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it was the first time it was in its current form was February of 2022.
I don't mean its current form. I mean its form. Smart Track as an idea was introduced, I believe, 2015, was it?
It would have been, I think, March 2016.
Let's just be clear on that. Let's be
Just one moment, Councillor.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to make, you asked a specific question.
Yes.
We can give you the specific date. Through the speaker to you, you are correct. It was in 2015, in January.
So was it in January 2015?
You are correct.
And was it introduced after the municipal election in 2014?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes, that is correct.
We took office in December, and then January was brought in. And when that was first introduced to council, I think there's a whole number of new councillors here that might not have been on the train with all of us. That was, I believe it was, how many stations were there when it was first introduced? Was it 22 stations?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you are correct. It was 22 stations.
22 stations. And that was, pardon me, sorry, Councillor? How many kilometers? No, it's 22 stations, not 22 kilometers. Let's be clear, we think, 32 kilometers and 22 stations. Is that correct? Sorry, I'm tugging on your memory.
Through the speaker, you are correct. It's 22 new and existing stations. You are correct.
And how many kilometers?
Councillor Peruzza, please.
Okay.
Let Councillor Fletcher ask the question.
He's my friend. He's my assistant. But I'm
So
having
through
trouble because Speaker, sorry, Councillor, now I don't want you to talk. Speaker.
Okay, come on, let's move on.
I'm just going to say, Speaker, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Staff are having trouble actually remembering. And
Yeah.
so a lot of my time has lapsed
No, I
by
understand.
not having the right dates. And I think it's important to us here to have the right dates, times, and numbers of stations and cost.
Okay.
Because this is still a project that's underway. So 22 stations, okay, now I can't manage now. I don't want it anymore. You can probably ask that yourself. Could you just stop my clock for 1 second? Okay, I just want to recap. Councillor Peruzza, can I just have 2 minutes on my own? Oh, thank you. 22 stations, 32 kilometers, and what was the original forecasted cost?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it was projected to be $8 billion.
$8 billion. And originally, it was the city that was going to run Smart Track, and then the city that was going to own the stations on Smart Track. I remember this quite well. I'm just confirming that.
Through the speaker, you are correct.
So, And then the next change was when, I'd just like you to walk us through. 22 stations, 2015, 8 billion. Got to hold that time, Speaker. Thank you, I know.
So one of the first times that we reported on this, Councillor, was related to the Eglinton Crosstown West, where we dealt with the western end of Smart Track and recommended that we proceed with an LRT extension rather than...
How many stations were removed at that point?
Well, there were about 6 or 7. We didn't land the number of stops on the LRT. There would have been about 5
And then how many
stations.
Smart Track? I'm really on about Smart Track.
Smart
Because
Track,
now
yes.
today we have 3 stations in front of us. So I want to go from 22 stations, removal of 19 stations, and the fact that that's been a very big change for something that we had all approved, correct? And we're no longer owning the stations. We're only giving the money for the stations. Is there anything different than 2015?
So we removed a number of Smart Track stations and recommended the change to an LRT, which would have had more stops. Just to be clear, though, where it was existing stations, it was not necessarily that the city was going to own those. There were
How many
existing
were we
stations
going
in
to
the-
own?
There were,
Sorry, this
really
is memory lane, but we're all going down it.
the original number of new versus... I'm sorry, Councillor, off the top of my head, I don't remember the number of existing versus new.
And existing meant it was already a stop on
They were
go,
already GO stations.
and we were going to enhance them.
And we were going to enhance
We were going to
them,
put money into all the
enhancing
stations.
the existing stations.
And we were
That's
going to own some and enhance the others, all at our cost.
You are correct.
And now we still have our cost, and we have 3 stations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So just to sort of pick up where Councillor Fletcher was going, Smart Track started off as 22 stations, and now it's 3, essentially.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, to be clear, we have been very clear with the province and Metrolinx that we are expecting 5 stations to be provided to the city. What we've done is prioritize, based on a request by the government, we have prioritized the stations. So there are 3 stations that we've identified as priority, but we've continued to maintain that we want all 5 delivered.
Right, but we actually don't have any leverage to ensure that those other 2 get built. Finch Kennedy and what's the other one called?
King Liberty.
King Liberty, yes. There's no leverage the city has, even though we've spent money on this.
So through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I would suggest that this is why we're bringing it forward to Council, so that Council can use its authority to request that the province actually meet the 5 stations or deliver the 5 stations as they identified in their amending agreement that we came to Council with in August of 2023. Sorry, in June of 2023.
So does city staff still think that Smart Track, in its, I guess, as it's ended up, was a wise investment of public funds?
Through the Speaker to you, Council, city staff are work at the behest of a city council. So if you're
I'm
asking
the professional opinion of city staff who are experts in transit planning, given the amount of money and time that has been spent on this, do staff still believe that this was a wise investment?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, as we indicated in June of 2023 when we came to Council, we had indicated that the 5 stations at the $1.689 billion would have been a viable project.
And do staff have any sense as to why the cost keeps escalating on behalf of, from Metrolinx? Because that's really who's driving the cost escalations.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, yes. So as Metrolinx has indicated, that there are current conditions, market conditions. There's the fact that they are working within the City of Toronto and with the City of Toronto. There are inflationary pressures, and there is a further, as a scope for these projects is becoming more refined, they're getting more better information related to the actual cost of the projects.
Are staff aware that the Toronto Star published an article last week stating that a large reason that Metrolinx projects are so over budget was essentially sloppy bookkeeping and not getting the proper scope on their projects on the outset?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'm not going to comment on what the media says about
how you're
whether
aware of that.
Yes, I am aware of it, Councillor.
Do you think that as guardians of public tax money that we have a duty to ensure that whatever money is being given to Metrolinx is being spent properly and appropriately?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I can assure Council that my team and the divisions that we work with are on top of Metrolinx to ensure that they are actually doing what they were supposed to do. In terms of why the cost escalated up, that is a question that is purely within the authority or the realm of Metrolinx to make that call. We've been asking them to give us that clarity, and that's one of the things that we continue to ask them to do, is to provide us that clarity.
Does city staff have or city council have the authority to ask for a third-party audit to ensure that the money being spent is justified, as well as the cost escalations?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, City Council can request to the province that if that's what the council would like, that's what they can actually do.
So as someone who's, as the primary funder of these projects, City Council has that authority to request that audit be done, that examination be done.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I want to be careful in the use of authority. We can request. It is up to the province then to make the decision to actually do the third-party audit.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you. I just want to be clear around a part of the timeline because I wasn't here. So this comes up in an election campaign, and it gets it appears in January. Did this get walked on? Were staff aware? What did staff do to recommend, advise, or make sure that this was a viable project that could be implemented, that it had the sufficient funding, and that would be good for the community and a wise use of public resources, given that we hear it was 22 stations that are down to 5?
So based on council direction on the introduction of the program, we did analysis of the Smart Track proposal.
Sorry, that's not what I asked you. I said the election happened, and
Yes.
then in January this was introduced. Did you, in that time, in intervening time, did you recommend this? Did you do all of the work that was needed? If the answer is no, I think it's just as important for people to find out. How did this end up here?
So this was introduced to council. City staff were then directed to undertake further work on that, and that resulted in the recommendations on Eglinton West. It resulted in some reduction in other stations as a result of our analysis of what would make sense in terms of station spacing, for example. So as this went along and we received council direction to move ahead with the project, we did undertake due diligence.
Thank you. So you were given, you had to scope something to make it more workable. I mean, one of the things that it's going down to 5 stations, that's clear, is that there were benefits that were promised to communities, and some of those benefits aren't even happening. So can you confirm that construction has begun on King Liberty Go, but that the pedestrian bridge that was promised to the community, it was planned to connect 2 neighborhoods, is now planning, that Metrolinx is planning to renege and remove this pedestrian bridge that people have been relying on?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the pedestrian bridge is part of the King Liberty project, and as such, if the King Liberty project is not delivered at this time, that pedestrian bridge will not be delivered at this time.
And so what does the removal of the bridge mean for mobility in the neighborhood, given all of the development that's been approved and all of the development that's taken place on, as a result of the fact that this was supposed to be a transit hub?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, there is another bridge that was opened up in October that is supposed to be providing that a bit of that relief for the King Liberty area so that they can access both the future Ontario line and the Go line that's in that area.
So effectively, Smart Track, the idea, has been whittled down, and the benefits that were promised to communities like mine, where people have been relying on a connection, which is important because we have a huge number of and welcome population through development arriving. This was intended to be an amenity, and now it is under threat. And so the liability, the cost of this decision goes to the community in South Davenport and Spadina Fort York. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm trying to understand your question. Can you please rephrase it?
Given that the community has been relying on this, that development decisions have been made in relation to this hub, that it was an important piece of local connection so that people could get around with mobility, active mobility in mind, that the only people that are paying now for this problem are the present and future residents of this community.
Through the Speaker, I would agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak. Ask questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the efforts of my colleagues for us to kind of get up to speed with the Smart Track program, what it was and where we've ended up now. So I'm just going to ask a few clarifying questions, and I'm going to start with how many stations were supposed to be a part of this project originally?
Through the Speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, 22 stations.
And how many are there now?
Through the Speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, 5.
Okay, and whose decision was that?
It was Council's decision.
Okay. And what was the estimated cost originally?
The original cost was estimated at $8 billion for the 22 stations.
And what is the estimated cost now?
Based on the last the last approval by council, the last authority that we received from council, which was in June 2023, it was $1.689 billion.
And just to be absolutely clear, this is an infrastructure project to improve GO transit infrastructure, and that's a provincial responsibility?
Through the Speaker, you are correct. The actual tracks are owned and the operations of them are within Metrolinx's control.
And can you please give us the proportion of how much the province is paying for this project and how much the city is?
Just one moment, we do have the information. We just want to make sure we give you the right information. Percentage. Just a second. So it's 55% of the cost is attributed to the city. There's 32% that's attributed to the federal government. The remainder is for the province.
And what is that percentage?
It's about 12 to 14%. Sorry.
Okay, so the smallest proportion.
Yes, it is the smallest of the proportions.
So why hasn't the province been the lead funder on this project from the beginning?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, could you please repeat that?
Why hasn't the province been the lead funder on this project from the beginning?
So through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the concept for the Smart Track was introduced by the city, and the intention of this was to provide better transit access to the citizens of Toronto.
So, sorry.
It was the
why
city.
Why wasn't the as you said, it will be owned and operated by the province. So why were they not a lead funder? So what I hear is that they thought it was a good idea, and yet have not taken on the leadership of the investment that it will require.
That is correct, because they felt that it was a city decision to do this, or else they wouldn't have done they wouldn't have actually kind of done the work.
And what precedent is there for that sort of approach to transit infrastructure?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, there are different times when there is cost sharing for various projects, but in this case here, this was before my time at the city, so I can't really answer what was the mindset about why there was this agreement at that point in time.
So it's not something that we have seen since?
No, through the speaker, no, not that I can recall.
And from your expertise, if we were to approach this as a project that comes to us now, would you proceed in this same way? Would the province having its responsibility laid out in the way that it is?
Through the speaker, I would agree with you that we would probably look at this in a different light, considering what we know now.
And I guess just as a principle, if a transit project is something you will own and operate, you're also responsible for the investment in making it a success?
Through the speaker, that would normally be correct, unless there are additions that the city, for example, in this case, would want. But typically, it is whoever owns the asset would then be the one that's providing most of the capital.
Or a more appropriate shared agreement across levels of government?
Yes, you are correct.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you. Last year, Metrolinx came forward and told us that they had a cost overrun on Smart Track of $234 million. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I believe it's 226 million.
Okay. And at that time, Metrolinx released those numbers publicly. We were able to talk about the overrun publicly. Is that correct?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the difference between what's happening now versus what was happening then was that the province actually realized that there was an overage, and they actually offered up the additional funding to account to deal with that overage at that time.
I don't think that's how it went down, because we were asked and to prioritize, and for a while East Harbour was on. We were considering cutting a station. We went back. We went to the minister, and then they came forward with the funding. But I don't think it came to council twice. It came once with the overage, and then it came back again with the funding agreement.
Because they actually agreed to that. Like, what I'm saying is that they actually did at one point come to us and say, we are offering the city this amount.
Right.
And we then came to council seeking the authority to receive that amount, to revise the to amend the agreement in principle that had existed previously, and to increase the funding for the project to the 1.689 billion.
Okay. But the overage was public, whereas this time the overage and overrun is not public.
You are correct.
Okay. Last year you prioritized Smart Track stations, and they were in a different order than they are now. What has changed?
So through the speaker to you, what we've done is we've looked at as part of the confidential information, there's been information provided to the city. A request was made of government. We are just simply following the direction or the recommendation that was made, and we're identifying the priority for these stations.
The request by the province to prioritize the stations.
Yes.
Do we have, through the New Deal, agreements that have been made about any of these transit stations?
Through the speaker to you, I'm not sure what the New Deal, sorry, can you, maybe I misunderstood the question. Can you please
The New
repeat?
Deal with the province, does it not discuss transit priorities and have provisions for some of these stations in it?
So through the speaker to you, yes, the only station, the one station that is mentioned is the East Harbour Transit Hub.
Has Metrolinx explained to us why there is a significant overrun and why they will not make that public?
So through the Speaker to you, they have, after some significant discussion with them, provided some explanation, not a complete explanation, but some explanation as to why there is an increase. And in terms of why they're not sharing that information, their view is that if sharing this information is commercially confidential, they are in the process right now of working through contracts for the 3 stations, the 3 construction management at risk stations, being St. Clair, Old Weston Road, Finch, Kennedy, and King Liberty. So they're in the midst of a negotiation with the construction managers. So they can't share that information.
Is this the first time that we have seen a project cost overrun or time delay from Metrolinx?
Through the Speaker, to you, Deputy Mayor, no, we've seen it before.
Will this be the last time that we see a project overrun?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor.
Metrolinx? Sorry?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, no.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a long agenda. Councillor Matlow, questions?
The first time I heard of the term smart track was during the 2014 mayoral election campaign when it was on John Tory's lawn signs. Was the origin of the term smart track was it a branding exercise from a mayoral campaign, or was it something that staff or experts suggested?
This was a proposal that came out of the election campaign, Councillor.
And was there ever any expert or staff advice that London-style transit could be offered for 22 stations within 7 years with no upfront tax dollars necessary? Or was that promised during an election campaign by John Tory, and then you were told to go and figure out how to do it?
Through the Speaker, I can't speak fully to what analysis went into the proposal. I am aware that some transit experts were consulted on that. In terms of the approach of city staff, once it was introduced, we were asked to advance our analysis, to advance the project.
You were asked to put a square peg into a round hole. Now, with respect to who pays for what, before the branding exercise that John Tory's team came up with in 2014 for the mayoral campaign, this was really Go RER as part of the provincial big move, was it not? The rail plan?
Through the Speaker to you, yes, it was.
And there's a precedent for when we've wanted additional stations built, like Oakwood, for example, on the Eglinton ORT, that the province has ended up paying for it because it was part of a provincial transit plan. Is that not correct?
So, yes, you are correct.
So it's really only when these Smart Track stations were branded Smart Track and we wanted them to be part of the plan that John Tory and Toronto put up our hand and said, we're going to pay for those. Would you not agree that there is an argument to be made that given that that these stations, the remaining 3 of the 22, would be part of a provincial plan, that there should be more discussion with them about making this a Metrolinx project entirely and funded?
Through the Speaker to you, Council has addressed this previously when the 5 stations were brought forward, and there was ratification on these 5 stations, and it was clear in that report that Metrolinx would be the owner of the asset and would also be the operator of that asset moving forward, that we were the funder. We were to be the funder for that asset.
So Torontonians got stuck with the bill. And are we now in a situation where from 22 stations down to potentially 3, that we have local councillors and communities who all merit that transit service now having to almost, like they've put us into like a game of Survivor in a way where we're trying to figure out what's going to remain for these communities like Finch, like Liberty Village and others that desperately are seeking better transit service. Is that not a fair assessment?
So I'm going to re-emphasize what I said previously, Councillor. sorry, through you, Speaker, to the councillor, that we have always maintained that we are expecting 5 stations to be delivered to the City of Toronto. All we've done right now is just simply looked at the priority, looked at kind of a variety of different factors and said that for now, the first 3 stations are going to be East Harbour, Bloor Lansdowne, and St. Clair Old Western Road. We haven't indicated that we don't want the other 2 delivered. In fact, we've been very clear that we want the other 2 delivered as well.
And then lastly, how long are we going to continue calling this Smart Track?
Through the Speaker to you, do you really want me to answer that?
Maybe we'll answer it for you. Thank you.
Maybe it should be Past Track. Okay, who do we have next? Councillor Coe.
I guess the first thing to make clear is that this idea, this plan on the back of a napkin came from the City of Toronto, right? It wasn't the province's idea.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, yes, you are correct.
Okay, so that's one of the reasons why we are basically liable for the cost and the challenges here, is because it's basically a City of Toronto originated transit plan, right?
Through the Speaker to you, you are correct, and authorized by Council, so, if I can add.
Yeah, voted and approved by this council, but I don't know if it was unanimous or not, but the council did approve it. And I guess the question is, was there any kind of cost-benefit analysis, any independent feasibility study done by city staff or the City of Toronto before they essentially approved this going forward? Was there any analysis done before this took off?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, we, staff did do due diligence on the information that was provided by Metrolinx and the province. And at that time, the original number, the 1.463, which was the original cost for the stations, was feasible at that time.
Okay, but that was a study analysis was done by City of Toronto staff.
To be clear, Councillor, because the project is a provincial project, we are reliant on the information from Metrolinx as, seeing as this is these are GO corridors, they were the people that had the information related to how to construct properly on a GO corridor, what restrictions there would be. So we were relying on that information. We used that information to do our own assessment to say that the 1.463 was an adequate cost.
Yeah, so therefore Metrolinx had a role in basically outlining the cost and the feasibility of this plan. So he relied on their data and information.
Through the Speaker, you are correct.
Okay. What if we, at this point, just walk away from all of it? The 3 stations we're talking about now, what are the consequences of us just saying, bad idea, can't afford it, we are going to basically cease and desist any more funding of these last 3 stations? Is it 3 that remain or 5?
So as far as we are, through the Speaker to you, as far as we are concerned, there are 5 stations with 3 being prioritized. To answer your question, if we were to walk away, the Smart Track main agreement indicates that there will be costs that would be attributed to the City of Toronto to pay for, obviously, the costs of the design, the process that has occurred up until now, and potentially other costs that we wouldn't know at this point in time.
So therefore, we really don't have a very sound way of doing the analysis because we don't know what the potential escalating costs are going to be if we build. We're just making these assumptions because Metrolinx won't give us the real cost, projected costs.
So through the speaker to yourself, Councillor, we don't have all the information, and I don't think that Metrolinx has all the information at this time because the design is still being advanced. So we won't have a clearer understanding until that design has reached a stage where it would be effectively issued for construction.
As you know, there was quite a scathing investigative piece done in the Toronto Star demonstrating that Metrolinx over the last 6 years or something has spent over $29 billion in design costs and consulting costs, not constructing, design cost and consultant cost. These cost overruns, or the work they've done already at Metrolinx, is it again more paper costs, or is there actually construction that we paid for? Is it just these design and...
Okay, that's your last question.
Through, if I could, to answer the question, the costs that we're incurring right now are related to the actual design. So yes, it would be partly consultant fees, partly, developing the design solution that they're using to actually get a final cost.
No, that's it. Councillor Cole, your time is up. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. In the original Smart Track proposal, the people of Toronto were told that it would be funded entirely through a mechanism called tax increment financing. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I'd need to look at the original proposal. I do know what's come forward is 3 sources of funding. Tax increment financing is roughly a third or a little over a third of the funding. There's also development charges, as well as there is a contribution from the city building fund as well.
Well, there was no city building fund at that time. When in December of 2014 and then in the January 2015 council meeting, the proposal was that they would be funded through tax increment financing, correct?
Through the speaker, so there is tax increment financing. I would need to look back at the original report
Right.
to confirm the quantum.
And the idea behind tax increment financing is that we wouldn't need to increase property taxes, we would not incur debt, but rather that development, as a result of Smart Track, would generate new revenues, and that those new revenues would be used to pay for the stations, correct?
Close to correct. There still would be debt incurred, but the additional development would service the debt costs.
The development would service the debt, that's right. So it wouldn't have been an additional burden on existing Toronto taxpayers.
Through the speaker, that would be the concept of a tax increment financing.
What is the current proposal for cost to existing Toronto taxpayers?
Through the speaker, so the funding continues unchanged in terms of the allocations. Again, it's roughly a third of the funding is coming from development charges. Sorry?
Dollar value.
Tax increment financing is budgeted at $292 million.
But what's the portion that would be debt that is covered out of property taxes paid for by just ordinary Torontonians? How much money are we going to be telling the people of Toronto they have to pay to get these stations?
Through the speaker, sorry, apologize, I may not be understanding the question. So again, $292 million is the amount that's going to be financed through tax increment financing.
I'm off that now.
Okay. Outside of that, the city building fund supported debt is budgeted at $296 million.
$296 million.
And then development charges are $290 million.
So $580 million. Okay, thank you. Initially, when Smart Track was proposed, it was supposed to be its own dedicated service, 15-minute headways and regular TTC fares, correct?
The concept included those and included fare integration with between GO and
But it was its own service.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And what's in front of us is not our own service. It's just us building stations or paying for part of the stations on the province's service, correct?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes, you are correct.
So in summary, would it be fair to say that Torontonians were told, you won't pay taxes to support this, you'll get your own service, and now what we're being told is, you're actually going to have to pay $580 million for somebody else's service. Is that a fair summary?
Through the speaker, I would say definitely the city building fund portion, you would say is coming through the property tax base. You know, as we know, the development charges is somewhat different. That's coming through the development fees.
But the larger point, hundreds of millions of dollars, we were told zero, we're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. We were told it would be our own frequent service, and it's actually not going to even be our service.
And no fair integration.
Through the city's contributions, there is a portion coming through the property tax base for the services that are being delivered by the province.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Manchis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. The first question is, no matter which administration would be part of this project, if an administration came to you and asked for a feasibility study on a project, which I commend you first for the work that you have done, you will give your professional advice and it will come to council, and council will approve or not approve the project that has been submitted to council. Is that correct?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you are correct.
So it would not matter which administration, which mayor, it follows the same procedure, same process.
You are correct.
Okay. So we went from 22 to 5 because of financial pressures, and now we're looking at 3, which are also based on information that is provided by the province. Is that correct?
So the prioritization of the stations was an effort that we did to provide better clarity on what could be done within the actual budget that was provided, that was already agreed to by council.
Correct. So today we're actually speaking about the current 5 stations or 3 stations that is in front of us. So it doesn't matter what was done in 2014.
You are correct, Councillor.
Right. Okay. So going back now to the 5 stations, these are because of the inflationary pressures that have been for costs on construction and I guess also on consulting fees or design fees for these stations?
Sorry, through the speaker to you, Councillor, are you referring to the 5 or the 3?
Well, I guess now the 3, because, I mean, it was 5.
So the effort that's been done to date on the 5 stations so far have been in relation to the design development. There is a point in time where the city will need to give the authority to Metrolinx to actually enter into contract.
Okay. Has any work already started for the 5 stations when it comes to expropriation, design, or other kind of work that has to be done to bring these sites to a specific level before construction can be started?
Through the Deputy Speaker, yes, there has been work that's been started. We call it typically enabling work. Some of this work is related to say removal of trees. Some of it is doing utility relocations, work that would enable the work at these locations to progress more efficiently later on.
So what's going to happen if we cancel it? What's going to happen if the funding that is not enough for 5 stations, the province says, I will cancel a station? What's going to happen to the site? Is it just going to be left vacant after all this work that has already been commenced?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, there is a mechanism within the amending AIP as well as the Smart Track main agreement that requires Metrolinx to sit down with us if there is a change in nature, like if there is a removal, that they need to sit down with us and then work through what potential costs are associated to the city and what would not be, and what if, for example, if land was purchased then what would happen with that land, as an example.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to speakers now. Councillor Bravo, you are our first speaker on this.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that much will be said about how we got here, but I have a motion, and this motion asks Metrolinx to stick to the plan, what was promised to my community, and build the pedestrian connection. This is really important because there's so many of these Metrolinx projects have promised benefits, like the Antler Lapin connection, that haven't materialized. What's really problematic as well is that the zoning changes already took place relying on this infrastructure. And now we're contending with already projects that are completed or have been approved, and we're not getting the transit infrastructure that we need. 3 out of the 5 stations are in Davenport. So Davenport is absorbing a huge increase in population, and we're bounded on the west by a track. So I ask people to consider what it means to people in this community, in the adjoining wards, whether it's Councillor Nunziata's or Deputy Mayor Malik's, to have this level of intensification, which I don't object to. The problem is that the promises and the plans to accompany it with the transit infrastructure and the connections aren't being delivered. The second thing is that I think it's crucial to remember that, and it's been raised in questions, that we don't have transparency around costs. We don't have transparency about why things are delayed. We don't have transparency about why city funds are increasing in terms of our investment, and that's a problem in the way that this agreement has been structured. The King Liberty GO station construction is already underway, and so I think at this time, given that this is a provincial transit network, the provincial government should step up and close the gap. It's crucial that it close the gap because we need this in this community. And I want to say that it's really heartbreaking to time again, knowing the needs that we have in terms of infrastructure in Toronto, that this plan, which was conceived during an election campaign to influence the outcome, has effectively resulted in a subsidy by Toronto taxpayers through the top property tax base for a provincial transit system. And that on top of that, adding insult to injury in the fiscal sense, we don't get the benefits that were promised alongside. This is the worst deal possible. This is not smart track. Past track is what one person suggested, but I think it's time that we face that this is a failure that has had real material consequences. If you think about the numbers of units of housing, the conversions of employment lands to mixed use residential, the loss of jobs, the loss of the jobs belt is part of this. It's part of the story. It's part of why we keep coming back to this question. Those were good jobs that could have been, we could have reanimated those areas. Now they're lost forever. Now there's going to be huge numbers of people, but with very precarious access to transit in an already congested city. And at a neighborhood level, people are being deprived of things that they have relied on. And they come to me and they want me to fight for it. And I am here. I'm saying, do it. Do it for the people that you have misled in this process. Honestly, people, this is how people feel, betrayed. And that's what, in part, why a loss of faith in government and democratic institutions takes place, because of situations like this. And I also want to say I appreciate having a neighbor in this fight, and Deputy Mayor Malik for her strong advocacy. But I think that the real elephant in the room here is that we are adding a lot of projects and a lot of units of housing, and the consequences, the liability, the problem, the costs, the time stuck without being able to have the full mobility is going to be paid for by those residents.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the mover of this motion? No? Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Malik, you are up next.
Very much, Speaker. And I just want to echo what was shared by my colleague and what has been illuminated through our questioning and through the report that's in front of us, and that is that Smart Track has been a bad deal from the start, that started on what we can see now as some false premises, and that we have to be very clear and unequivocal that this is a provincial project about improving GO transit lines. We know what GO stands for. It's Government of Ontario, and that has to be at the heart of what we have to see in terms of action moving forward. And we have to also be very clear that our previous mayor locked us into this bad deal, paying for more than half of the costs of a provincial project of transit infrastructure that we will neither own or operate, and that, yes, absolutely serves communities in our city, but it is not ours. And the fact that this deal is even in front of us is, as we heard, deeply unprecedented. And for us to be paying that incredible proportion and the province to be paying the least, what was it, 12 or 13%, is absurd. And to see now that the station at King Liberty is at risk is extremely worrying and frustrating, to say the least. And compounded on top of that, the lack of transparency and accountability and responsibility when it comes to this project is outrageous. And I will say, speak specifically to Liberty Village. And I know that has been a topic of great concern for me and for us in these council chambers as well. It's a densely populated community. As Councillor Bravo said, it's a growing neighborhood where we continue to see development applications and important opportunities for us to welcome new neighbors. And for me, I want to make sure that it can continue to be a destination for people across Toronto and Ontario. It has amazing heritage architecture, great restaurants and small businesses. It has sports teams and major events. It's going to be the epicenter of the FIFA 2026 World Cup. And the fact that residents and visitors who count on public transit to live, work, and enjoy this neighborhood and get across the city are now being confronted with this is unacceptable. And you'd heard me talk multiple times about the challenges of traffic and congestion in this growing neighborhood that through planning decisions over time have only allowed one road in and out of this neighborhood. And that is also something that we have been really serious about getting in front of. It reached a critical point this summer, and I was so proud to have the support of you, my council colleagues, in passing the Liberty Village Traffic Action Plan to take that concern seriously. And alongside those measures was a deep investment and continued focus on improving the public transit opportunities in that neighborhood, and that included the provincial government stepping up to its responsibilities. And while we know that this is not just the story of Liberty Village, it is a story of so many growing neighborhoods across Toronto, where provincial projects have continued to delay our capability and our decision-making around improving our neighborhoods and building those complete communities. And it really is ridiculous that we are here. And again, this is a provincial project, and we need the province to be stepping up to its responsibility. They keep talking about Toronto, about the concerns around congestion and traffic, about the time and expense that it takes for us to be sitting in it, yet they are not making the critical investments that will actually allow us to get ahead and through, and that is building public transit and building it in a timely way and on budget. And we've heard again and again what we have been asked to do at City Council to fix their problems, to address their lack of action on this, and to cover for what we can only see as a continued opaque approach to the interests of Torontonians. The provincial government has to step up to their responsibility to fund this project fully, to expedite all-day 15-minute service across their GO lines in order to meet the ambition and the promise of this project. And they need to do this instead of putting it to us, to position us to pit each other against communities from one end of the city to the other. We as a council have to refuse, have to push back, and to say that the benefits in each of our communities is tied to all of our communities, and they need to step up and come to the table with what we expect, what we anticipate, and what we know is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor and Deputy Mayor McKelvey now. Hang on, please. You're on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. The first one is an amendment to make it clear that our expectation is for the province to increase their contribution to the program to match or exceed the city's contribution to the Smart Track program to ensure the delivery of the two stations, Finch Kennedy and King Liberty. And Deputy Mayor Malik expressed so very well why that station is important, King Liberty, and I know that Councillor Mantis will express why Finch Kennedy is important as well. The second motion is my Metrolinx needs to stop fooling and farting around motion. It is saying that Metrolinx needs to make public the cost escalation that they are reporting since June of 2023. It is enormous. If I came forward in my previous work with such an escalation, I would be fired and I would be hugely embarrassed, and they should be embarrassed too. With that, I'm asking them to do a third-party review of their cost estimates, including the risk assessments for the 5 Smart Track stations, East Harbour, Bloor Lansdowne, St. Clair Old Weston, Finch Kennedy, and King Liberty, in accordance with the amended subway agreement in principle, and importantly say that we want to inform the province of Ontario that all 5 Smart Track stations are important to meet the needs of housing and economic development in local communities. And certainly we've heard from all the local councillors that have stations in their ward that they are important, that they would like to see them built, and that we'd like to move forward in partnership. But until now, the province hasn't come in with a full partner, and I think it's important that we do, since they will own and operate these lines. And I think frankly, it's part of their GO expansion program, which is so incredibly important across the region. And so I think they should recognize that and step up their contribution, just like Deputy Mayor Malik just asked for as well.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to bring the motion on the screen. What we're asking is that the province, we're trying to enhance the work of our staff to be able to negotiate with the province for a better deal with our provincial counterparts. And I echo and I thank Councillor Deputy Mayor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bravo for all the work that they're doing for their stations. But I also want to remind our fellow colleagues that certain decisions that were made in this council chamber that affect the transit-oriented communities and the Milliken secondary plan is another reason why the Kennedy Finch station is not in the top 3. But I ask our fellow provincial colleagues that if we want to build a transit-oriented community, we need transit and we need the station. So I would love to be able to get on the Kennedy Finch station, the GO train, and to be able to get off at King Liberty to be able to enjoy the community at Liberty Village and our soccer teams in our city. So I will ask our colleagues to be able to support this motion, so that way we can keep all 5 stations and to be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a point of order from the mayor. Yes, Mayor?
It's almost 5:30. We usually adjourn at 6. I'm wondering, because there's only maybe 10 items left, 7 items left, 12 to be precise. So I thought maybe we could try to finish it tonight. And why don't we take a break at, say, 6:30 or 6? We can, 6? You prefer? Okay, we'll take a break at 6. We'll come back at 6:30. 6:45?
6:30.
6:30.
No, 6:30.
Half hour.
Okay,
Folks have
we'll
half
come
an
back
hour
at 6:30, and we'll try our best to finish everything tonight, okay? If I think people nodding their heads, why don't I move that?
Mayor is moving that we take a break at 6:30, 6 o'clock, and
6
come back
o'clock,
at 6:30. Can I get a vote on that? Everybody in favor? Do we need a recorded vote? You're just making it really exciting for me up here, aren't you, having a recorded vote?
Okay, I'll vote.
Okay. Okay, we are recording that vote, but are you voting from there? And I'll vote on a voice vote here. In the affirmative? Councillor Bradford, we're just having a recorded vote on finishing, coming back at 6:30, taking a break at 6.
Councillor Pritzer, your vote, please. The motion to amend the order paper carries. The vote is 19-3.
Thank you. Speaker, leaving at 6. Coming back, Councillor Perks, you're in the middle of, you just started, so let's go back and start you again, please.
Yes, I do have a motion, if we could put it up. Speaker, I would like to move that City Council replace the names of the smart track stations with the following names. Boondoggle Station, Too Good to Be True, Won't Get Fooled Again, Ever Get the Feeling You've Been Cheated, and Tory's Folly. Speaker, the people of Toronto were promised its own, no, I never voted for it once, Anthony. The people of Toronto were promised that for free, we would get a new transit network. And instead, yes, it was 1/3 tax increment financing, 1/3 federal financing, and 1/3 provincial funding. And instead, we are paying the province of Ontario for stations that they were already going to get built. If I can use a car analogy, it's as if we had received notification that we had won a new Mercedes, and we went down to collect it and found out that no, actually, we were going to have to pay for our neighbor's Lada. That is what happened over the course of the last decade. We moved from magical thinking to the mess we're in right now. And there's a lesson in there. There's a lesson in there. If it's too good to be true, don't believe it. Too many people on this council believed it and went along with it and eventually handcuffed ourselves so that to protect John Tory's reputation, we have picked the pockets of people in Toronto to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. It's scurrilous, it's scandalous, and it's a perfect example of the way to govern wrong. And it's worth remembering that the opportunity cost was huge too. Councillor Bravo talked about all the employment lands and jobs we've lost. Let's also remember that there was an alternate transit plan available at that time. If we had not let John Tory get away with what he got away with, the downtown relief line would be open. The Eglinton Light Rail line, as originally designed by the TTC, would be open. The Finch Light Rail line, as originally designed by the TTC, would be open. The Shepherd Light Rail line, as originally designed by the TTC, would be open, and we would have bought hundreds of new buses so that people would not be crowding onto buses right now or waiting in the cold weather while there's a big gap in service. We gave away the future, a really good future for the City of Toronto, for fairy dust. We need to be more serious as a government than we were under the previous administration. We need to make real commitments to the people of Toronto about the future we want, and fight and work and deliver. I can't think of any other moment in my lifetime where the City of Toronto took such a terribly wrong turn. And my motion makes light of the fact because, quite frankly, if I wasn't laughing, I'd be crying. So I encourage all of you to fight for a real future for Toronto instead of the fake ones that we get promised sometimes.
So, Councillor Perks, I'm going to rule your motion out of order. If we're pleading with the province to fund it, I don't think this is the way to do it. So I'm going to rule your motion out of order. Okay, next. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you have a question to Councillor Perks on this motion? I'm ruling it out of order. Okay.
No, he's just bringing disrepute on this
no,
chamber,
I mean,
so he's making a mockery of
but
our whole debate.
We keep
so.
asking the province for money and then we're doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Holyday, what's your point of order?
My point of order, Speaker, is building on what Councillor Pasternak says, is I appreciate Councillor Perks's political zest, but I think a line was crossed when a former member of council was essentially named in the motion. And I think that's a bit far. And so my point of order is whether or not you as a speaker can remove that from the council record, because it's been ruled out of order, and I appreciate that, but that goes into the minutes.
I ruled it out of order, so it's not going to be part of the record.
Is it part of the minutes?
But then even the comments are part of the minutes.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yes, Councillor Fletcher. I have to address Councillor Holyday's point of order.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I do, and I'd have to pull the procedures bylaw, but I do believe that it does bring the chamber in disrepute to single out a former member of council written into the motion as a bit of a mockery or a joke.
Former members of council.
Yeah, a point of order, Madam Speaker. I think this was just shameful, what Councillor Perks did.
Okay, hold on. Councillor Pasternak, and then Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I think, just to reiterate, I think it's shameful that he would put a motion on the floor like this. It is.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It is.
I've ruled it out of order.
Brings this whole chamber into repute. Now, my question is, through the clerk, when the minutes are published, can we expunge this from the minutes? Can we edit the minutes of a meeting?
Yeah, have the clerk.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker has ruled this out of order. That will be recorded in the minutes, as will be the motion. The City of Toronto Act requires me to record the proceedings of this meeting accurately, and that's what will occur.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'll just note that many councillors weren't here when Howard Moscow, former Councillor Moscow, had many, many different names for many, many different things that were moved here and ruled out of order, as you've just ruled this. And just to advise that former Councillor John Fillion called the street OMB Folly. City Council passed it, and that sign was installed. So we do often make names that we might not be fully serious about. But that one wasn't ruled out of order. Speaker, you have ruled this out of order. And that does, I believe, have to go in the minutes, as the clerk has said.
But I think the difference is that you're naming an individual. An OMB is Ontario Municipal Board. Yeah, I ruled it out of order. But the question is, as far as a former member of council name, yes. So, I mean, I could ask Councillor Perks if he would be willing to remove that name out of respect. No?
I've asked me a question. We actually do in this chamber name things after former politicians all the time. So no, the precedent is different than what you're saying it is. And secondly, as the clerk has pointed out, in law, we're required to publish an accurate record of the meeting. You may not like that that's how I feel, but I have the right to move that motion, and you have the right to rule it out of order.
Okay. Okay, yes, I ruled it out of order. I mean, I think that, you know, it's important that we respect former members of council, even though you don't agree with what they did, what he or she did. It's important to be respectful. So, Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to make an effort to refocus our attention during this discussion. I've been so frustrated by the politicization of transit policy for years. Whether it be a 22 station London style network that was going to, you know, be done within 7 years. And without any upfront, sorry, Brad and James, if I may, sorry, it's just a little thank you. Whether it be a 22-station London-style network done in 7 years without any upfront taxpayer money from Torontonians, that was never real. It was a campaign promise, and in fact, when some people challenged that suggestion, John Tory literally called them Debbie and Douglas Downers. And just said, and dismissed any of those concerns, including from another candidate that ran during that election. There was another promise. Do you remember when the 3-stop subway in Scarborough became a 1-stop subway? And then Mayor Tory promised people in Scarborough that the same money could also cover the cost of the Eglinton East LRT, which never happened as well. Now we're in a situation where people, whether it be at Finch Kennedy, Liberty Village, and beyond, Lawrence East, they got dropped ages ago. My focus our focus should be on these people who we collectively serve, who've been cheated out of transit, whose hopes that they would have a better quality of life, to get to work, to get to school, to live their lives well, like all of us want to. They've been caught in this political football because everyone wants to come up with the best fantasy transit map. And every election, there's this pressure on candidates to come up with some remarkable solution to transit. But complex problems are not solved by simple solutions, and in particular, dishonest populist ones. The most serious motion that's been moved today is by Deputy Mayor McKelvey to engage the province in actually funding what was the GO RER project. In fact, a lot of Smart Track was part of the provincial plan since 2011. It should be built, it should be moved on, but Toronto taxpayers should not be footing the bill. Chair Jamal Myers of the TTC knows well. Our transit priorities are to make our system as it is better maintained. We want to expand it to create more options, more redundancy. We want to make it safer and more affordable. And we need to work with the province and the federal government in many contexts to make all of this happen. I'm upset at John Tory. That's no surprise. But I'm more interested in moving on getting these priorities met and just allow us finally to be a council that makes every decision based on evidence. That the only priority are the people that we serve. That we don't make promises without actually having some idea on how to pay for it, and then we actually come up with a realistic plan to do so. And when we map out transit, it's not about which riding or ward we want to get votes in, but actually based on where there is growth, where there's projected growth, where's the need, and we put it together and we move on it. And we don't be afraid of using our surface routes more effectively. And not come up with some branding to make it sound like we can own it, but then we actually end up having to pay more for it. So I believe that each one of us, each one of you, agree with what I just said. Each one of you want to champion your communities. But we do better for each other when we give each other that support in that room to be honest with our constituents. If we do it, then we can make the argument in the case to go to the other levels of government and fight the good fight for principled, evidence-based, fully funded, expanded, affordable, safe, well-maintained transit that people can rely on and that people can actually have a better quality of life in the city, because that's why we're here. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see if we can get this voted on before we break. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you. So I'm just going to add my name to the disappointment in the chamber about how this program has actually rolled out. I remember being a transit activist in Scarborough and us raising basically the same concerns that we're discussing right now about the viability of this program, and us being repeatedly told that this program is going to work. It was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And that all of these concerns that were being brought forward by community members were unfounded. And here we are today paying nearly $1 billion for stations that we aren't even going to own. What's worse, one of the stations, Finch Kennedy, is one of the few rapid transit stations that are in Scarborough north of 401. I think of all the priorities that we have at the TTC, state of good repair, platform edge doors, new Line 2 trains, automatic train control, the state of our stations, public safety in the TTC. All of this money could have been spent on so many other things, and instead it is being given to the province of Ontario to build stations that they would have paid for anyways. This is Exhibit A as to why politicians should not plan transit expansions. This should be left to experts with the input of community members and elected officials, but we should never ever get into a situation where someone running for mayor comes up with an idea and Torontonians are paying it for decades later. We've seen it with the Shepherd subway. We saw it with the killing Smart Track to build the Scarborough subway, and now we're seeing it again today. I hope we've really learned our lesson. Unfortunately, the lesson's being learned billions of dollars later. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cole. Okay, we want to get this done, Councillor Prutzer, before a break. Oh. We're not ready with that. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I didn't see your name on the screen, sorry. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Colleagues, everyone in this city is hungry for transit, and they're hungry to have it built. And they've been hungry for quite a long time. When we had a transit plan in 2009, Transit City with all the lines that were funded, actually, that were the same lines as had been proposed under the Bob Rae government that were canceled by Mike Harris and reinstituted as LRTs by City Council under Mayor David Miller. Let's just start there. But that had to be changed, and that had to be a subway in 2013, which 11 years later is not yet finished. Despite the fact that our citizens, our residents are hungry for transit. They want to catch a bus. They want to catch a subway. They want it built. So that's why it's very upsetting to hear the answers and to be reminded that Smart Track, I still have the flyer. It says 22 stations starting now. We are going to own them, I was told. We will be able to operate them. They will be the city stations on the GO line. That's not the case. I'd say that's very serious disinformation that we had. And when we're sitting here wondering how we're here 10 years later in January, wondering where are they? Where are they? And then they're being built by Metrolinx. We're not building them. Metrolinx is vastly over budget on all kinds of things. They're taking our money and building them. We have no authority over how our money's being spent. A lot of money, which when we're in private, we'll know exactly that number. It's shocking. We have to say it's shocking. We want somebody to watch and make sure those hard-earned dollars, which are taxpayer dollars, and Councillor Perks, you found that out, they're taxpayer dollars outside of some tax increment funding, are being spent well. I can't determine if the Ontario line is just a wash in money and over budget, but I should be able to know if our hard-earned dollars are over budget, just as I can know if our hard-earned dollars are over budget in a TTC project, and ascribe someone to be watching that we're not wasting money. We've wasted a lot of time, and now we need to make sure we're not wasting money. It was to be 15-minute service. There was to be fair integration. Go back and read the reports. We were not to pay for anything until there was fair integration. Councillor Perks, I know you know them all off by heart, but that was the requirement. Where has that gone? Like a helium balloon into the stratosphere. We're not saying we're paying that we have to have fair integration. We're just saying, here's your money. There's something wrong with that. And the last thing is, in our own areas that we're paying, how have we not required affordable housing in the great density that is being given out at those locations? We have East Harbour, where we're putting quite a bit of money in. We have no guarantee of any affordable housing. I don't think there is any at Bloor-Lansdowne or the other 3 stations we're looking at here today. Where is it? We're putting money in. We can't say to the province on the Ontario line, oh, you're transit-oriented communities, where's the affordable housing? Because you know what? Nobody here has come forward to say, we're putting money in, there's this much affordable housing if you want that money. We can't be living with the same agreement that we wrote and passed and agreed to 10 years ago. Everything has changed. What should be updated? We're not going to make all those decisions here today, but this is again profoundly disappointing that on almost the 10th anniversary of 22 stations, fair integration, owning and operating stations, and now density bonuses because you're near transit doesn't have any affordable housing that we require. Profoundly disappointing, and I'll support adding stations, but we should be over and done with simply being pulled behind the train on all of this file.
Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, if you want to talk, go to your seat. Your name's up to speak. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, we're good. Okay, there we go. I seriously was going to pass on this, this sort of "I told you so" moment, right? But it's hard to do. I don't know. I guess it's hard to to pass on "I told you so." So let me be another voice. Let me be another person to add their voice to the "I told you so." I remember when Smart Track first showed up, right? I remember sitting in the back row there. It was some time ago. And there appeared a report that said Smart Track, right? We're going to do Smart Track. And I thought to myself, what's Smart Track? Right? Because you read the title, you wouldn't know what it is, right? But I remember sitting in the back there and this question started to get asked about what Smart Track was or looked like. It was this thing that was going to run somewhere from, if memory serves, from Orangeville. Not quite sure where Orangeville is, but it's far away as I know it. It was going to run from Orangeville, swoop down towards the city, wrap itself around sort of the waterfront, and then fire back off up into Markham or Richmond Hill or someplace like that. It looked like a U, like a big, long U thing on a map. 22 stations, we're being told. I remember it being, in the 30 to 40 kilometer, range in terms of distance. But here's what convinced me to vote no to Smart Track that day, was when people ask questions about, well, so who's going to build these stations? Well, we're going to build this thing. Who's going to own it? Oh, it's somebody else. On whose system is it? It's somebody else's. Who's going to, control the rates? Oh, it's somebody else. Who's going to manage ridership? Oh, it's somebody else. Who's going to manage hours of operations? Oh, it's somebody else. Who's ultimately going to own it? It's somebody else. So I sat there and I said to myself, well, then why would we do that? Where's the benefit to us? I mean, the idea was great. When you looked at it, you looked at this great big U, and it's not that somebody shouldn't do it, but it shouldn't be us doing that for somebody else. Somebody else's system, somebody else's total control, and we were going to do that given all the other priorities that we had in front of us that we weren't doing. We didn't have a Spadina subway extended. We didn't have our transit city plan was in shambles, and we needed to get that off the ground. We needed to, as Councillor Myers suggested, do a number of other things, and we weren't doing that. But here's where I digress with Councillor Myers. It's not that somebody else shouldn't do it. It didn't seem like a bad idea. It's just that when it turned into a lousy idea for us, and here's where the failure sits in the system, is that we didn't have the ability, not then, not now, to end it. When it becomes clear, and this is where the failure is, when it becomes clear that it's stupid, accept stupid and move on. You can't, no, you can't fix stupid. And today, we're doing the same thing. We're going from 5 to 3 and then eventually to 0, but
Thank you.
we just keep doing stupid.
Thank you, Councillor Prusa.
Seriously.
Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to release an item, and then Councillor Fletcher is going to introduce a motion. Deputy Mayor Malik. Hello? You want to release your item? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Malik, hold on. Councillor Prusa, be quiet. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to release ST 7.1, right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, do we have a
The clerks have the
motion?
motions, they're just small.
Okay, let's get to your motion.
Oversights, yep.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. That's on the council midterm member appointments.
Yep.
Okay, there's the motion.
Thank you.
By Deputy Mayor Malik. Okay, on favor, carried.
And there's one more.
Okay, one more. Okay. On favor, carried. Is that it?
That's it.
Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, if we can introduce your motion before we have our break.
Thank you. It's simply a member's motion, without notice, Speaker, to look at the proper spelling of what is called Wanskotchinach, but apparently it's not actually the proper name. So we're going to figure out what it is. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried. Now, as of now, no more motions coming forward to be introduced. You'll have to wait till next year. Okay, we'll recess to 6:30. Recess to 6:30.